we're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
They believe they're right. They believe everyone should do what they say. They support prohibition. Well, that, to me, as an indigenous woman, that sounds like the colonizer coming here and saying, okay, you give up your culture and your ways and your language and be like us. So
you must assimilate.
You must assimilate. You must give up that way of life. Our way of life is the way and the right way. And so what I don't understand is why so many people don't see that you're being told to be like them. There's some complexity here. There are multiple components that are interacting. It's not simple, black and white, when tobacco control has framed it all as very simple, black and white. You smoke, quit or die, very black and white.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room. It's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that I don't know is killing people right now.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it evokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to quit smoking.
Oh. Don't tase me, bro.
Well, hello. I call that new intro the Warrior Women of Tobacco Harm Reduction. All of those people that are in that video have been on this show, and they're all lovely ladies who are fighting to preserve your choice, to preserve your ability to maintain the choice that you already made, and to protect that choice for people of the future. So I'm so excited. I'm extremely excited tonight because we have our very great and awesome friend, and way smarter than Kevin and I, Dr. Marewa Glover, is here. She's in the green room. She's just moments away from coming on. And we're really excited to have her back because tonight we're going to talk about some stuff that we've been talking about off and on. We've been talking about tobacco harm reduction and how tobacco control sort of, they play like they're trying to protect people, but while they're drawing lines and pushing people one way or pushing people another way, they're drawing lines between, people. We're going to talk about that. And we're going to have to cover the unfortunate event that happened last week in Ocean City, Maryland, where a young man basically got tased for vaping. So we'll show you that video. It's very, you might want to, if I had a other way of putting a viewer discretion logo on here, I would. It is kind of sad to look at because these are law enforcement people who are supposed to protect and serve. That's what it says on the side of all their cars, protect and serve. And shooting a guy with a taser is not protecting and serving. And then once he's down, like 8 cops laying on top of him, and one of them just blasting his rib cage with his knee, just kneeing him unrepentantly, unsympathetically, just going at him. So anyway, let's bring Kevin in. Hey, Kevin.
I'm just looking forward to this show.
This ought to be fun. I think we'll have some fun tonight. We'll probably call people names and okay. Point out people's bad behavior, and probably get, a bunch of thumbs down from people who think that we're just crazy conspiracy guys. But yeah, there were 4 arrested, but the one, Mallory's already in the chat room. Yes, there were 4 arrested, but that one fella, I don't know his name. I'm sure they haven't released it because I think he's 19 years old. And before anybody says anything, 19 is still teen.
He's
he's
under
a teen.
21.
So
His brain's
yes, I
not
saw
developed.
somebody tweeting that everybody was being all, weren't saying the truth because he was not a teenager. 19 is a teenager as far as I'm concerned. Their brains are not fully developed and their hormones are out of control. I don't know. But anyway.
Their brains.
Not until they're like 28 now. That's what the science says, is their brain. That's what the scientists say, is that their brain is not fully formed until they're like 28. So let's give these 16-year-olds. Let's give the 16-year-olds the vote, though, because their brains are not fully developed. But anyway, before we get crazy, Kevin, and we get off into the weeds, I'm very happy. I'm sure you're very happy.
I'm giddy.
We haven't had Dr. Marewa Glover on the show for 5 months. And, we had her on 5 months ago because she was persona non grata on Twitter. And since then, she is no longer persona non grata. She is now a real human on Twitter now. And they have apologized. But we are not. I mean, I really don't think that we need to cover that again. But if it comes up, it comes up. But anyway, Dr. Glover, welcome to the show.
Hey.
Hello.
She's got a really good smile, Kevin.
Got what?
There are people watching the show right now, Dr. Glover.
That's right.
People that you know.
Yeah. Hi.
Chugga is watching you. Chugga and Rob and David and Yolanda. And Mark and Peggy and Malcolm, who I already mentioned, and Matt and Tom. I said Tom already, I think. But bunches of people. And Hamish. I always mispronounce his name on purpose. I know it's Hamish, but it's fun to. He says he doesn't care, so it's no longer any fun to mispronounce his name. And Mike Peterson is actually in the room and says, "Good evening, Dr. Glover."
Hi, Mike.
And Mark Sliss has Bernie watching the show. The incomparable Bernie.
I don't have Jelly Bean here. I should have done it from home, maybe, so Jelly Bean could pop in. The sheep. The pet sheep.
Now, if you have a pet sheep, at some point, does pet sheep become supper? I'm asking. I'm Irish and Scottish, so
that would be difficult. That there's other sheep that.
Do you make sweaters at least?
No. A guy comes in and he shares them for like $10 each and takes the wool away.
So you don't even get a sweater out of the deal.
No, not even a sweater. They eat all the grass though, so that's.
Yeah. We actually use goats for that, but yeah, and some parts of the United States in the rural communities, they have herds of sheep that the state brings out and kind of puts a barrier up so they can't wander into the highway. And they just trim the berm and the stuff on the side of the road to, save on, mowing with the tractor.
Yeah, they do a good job.
Yeah, well,
they're eating everything else.
They also eat the stuff that people throw out of their cars on the side of the road. But Dr. Glover,
there is one thing I'm sure people don't know about sheep. They eat the cobwebs off the windows. So that's very so there's no cobwebs or spiders up to as far as they can reach. Who knew?
There's actually a study that came out about 2 years ago. This is not about vaping, but somebody paid scientists or statisticians or somebody who looks at numbers and apparently a zoologist or a bug expert. And they did a study estimating the number of spiders on the planet Earth.
No.
And they surmised that if the spiders actually ever got together and decided amongst themselves to take out the humans,
yeah,
that there's actually enough spiders to do it.
That's right.
I'm embarrassed that somebody actually paid for that science, for that study, to estimate the number of spiders and to figure out how many spiders it would take to eat a human being, and then figure out. But they said, yes, that there's enough spiders on the planet to eat all the humans fairly quickly.
Okay, I'm going to get more sheep then.
There you go. So not to divert our attention away from the topic at hand, but how have you been doing?
Me?
Yes.
Really, really busy trying to, get publications out and deliver on my contract. And of course, COVID has been the lockdown around the world very disruptive. And I've been up till 4:00 in the morning watching the Global Forum on nicotine, and had a few hours sleep, then off to my daughter's netball game, and then I've just rushed in here. One of the things that I kind of gleaned from Global Forum on nicotine over the last 2 nights, I think that I have a harder time getting my scientific papers published than even people who work for tobacco companies. So that was a bit eye-opening for me. I'm thinking, I'm putting them out and they're getting rejected if I put them to, nicotine tobacco research journal or tobacco regulatory science, or, and these are places that say they will even take papers that are written by tobacco company researchers. And I send my papers there. Well, of course, there's certain people who don't want me around anymore, or and they're editors for those publications. But I've tried, and I've got papers that I've been sending out. They've been rejected. There's another thing they do where they just hold on to them, and you just don't hear for months and months. And I've got some that are over a year old. It's a ongoing issues there.
Well,
but
the last time you were on, you were saying that as the editor of the tobacco harm reduction side of the harm reduction journal, that you were having difficulty finding people to peer review document things that needed to be, peer reviewed.
Yeah, that's an ongoing issue, and especially with the COVID lockdown and people having to work from home and having to school their kids, it continues to be a problem to get enough people to review. And I am aware of that as well, but I think some of it is definitely sabotage, especially since tobacco industry researchers seem to be pumping it out there. So, I've just been really, really busy trying to get results in my research out. I've got my Voices of the 5% study, and we're slamming those case stories up on the web so everyone else can learn from our participants as we are. And I've got, exciting new things. And then, of course, the government around the world, governments keep calling for submissions on this or that nasty next prohibitionist totalitarian type thing they want to do to people who smoke or vape. And so then, I have to divert and try and get a submission in. And I've sent you my latest submission just in case.
That I did not tell anybody about except for Kevin.
Well, I've got a blog coming out on Monday, and that will be talking about that submission. But so just really, really busy. And I if I can take a minute, I just want to acknowledge Speedy, who is probably one of the first New Zealanders to start vaping in New Zealand. He was an old guy. He got throat cancer, long-term smoker. Got throat cancer, went in for surgery, and they do what they do and cut it out. And they said, you've got to stop smoking. So he did. But then, he started again. He happened to be over in the States on holiday. Vaping's been around how long now? We're going on, how long?
Well, since 2007. I've been vaping since 2010. So
so in the States, it's been on the market, let's say 2007. So he was over there on holiday and came across vaping. And he bought himself a vape kit and he brought it back. And he was probably one of the very first, or among the first New Zealanders to take up vaping. He helped so many people stop smoking. When I met him, he'd probably helped over 90, and that was several years ago. And I met him through the Spider. You know what a Spider is? The 3-wheel Can-Am bike. So I met him. We went on a Spider ride. I have a Spider, and met him through the Spider NZ Club. And yeah, he's vaping a big cloud. I was like, oh, vapor! When I used to rush up, excuse me, you vaping? And so yeah, he was a fantastic guy. Now, he met people that would never ring a quit line, that would never go to any stop smoking service or anything like that. And so there's so many people around the world who vape and who are in those sectors that are just not into that, going to the doctor or ring a quit line. Yeah, right. And so people like him are so important, because just by being there and vaping and talking to people and people asking him, and I met others in the Spider NZ, and we'd go to the bike meets and over the years see more and more people vaping, and that was Speedy's influence. Anyway, he died just the last couple of weeks, so the cancer finally got him. They said that finally he lost his fight with cancer, but actually he won his fight with cancer, and then he started vaping, and I reckon he got several years back because of vaping. So yeah, and I mean, he was really advanced in age as well. So I think vaping managed to give him a few more years. And he rode around New Zealand. He did so many kilometres. I believe that Can-Am gave him a replacement bike. He got over 120,000 kilometres riding around. So yeah, just wanted to shout out to Speedy.
Well, I mean, we always say, nobody ever says that vaping is going to prevent you from dying of old age. Vaping is not going to prevent you from dying of other things, but it will improve the quality of your life if you're a smoker.
Yeah.
There's no question in my mind that it will add days, it will add months, or even years, and it will make those days, months, and years better.
Yeah.
Ray Yates is a fine example of that.
Well, Ray's
another fine example of that. Speedy as well.
Yeah. So it's I mean, there's something that people and a lot of vapors are saying it too. I'm still like watching some of the GFN 5-minute videos, and they're saying 8 million people around the world are going to die from smoking. People are not getting the stats right. So the one I use is 6.4 million, because the World Health Organization is using this 8 million figure. 8 million are going to die from tobacco use. That's all of it. All of the, smokeless chewing and smoking, and all of the people who are estimated to, who will die from exposure to cigarette smoke. So I think it's really important that we try to not exaggerate. 6.4 million is enough, right? That's a lot. But be careful about the World Health Organization figures and citing them. They're not our friend at the moment. And so this whole thing, many vaping advocates are also like, smoking's going to kill you, and we're really, it is dangerous. There is a huge risk, but we're really exaggerating things. Not everybody dies from smoking. It's estimated that 1 in 2 of long-term smokers, all right, so that brings us around to the youth, that the people who are dying from a career of 30 years of smoking, have 25, 30 years of smoking, and that's deaths start from about 35. I know of someone who died of heart attack in their, late 30s. But youth really, they will be at risk if they keep smoking, but many of them stop. And there are so many people who've stopped before they've got that 35, 40, year-long career and have really high risk. So I really want us to focus on people who have a long career of smoking, who are at high risk or already have disease. And that's always been my, priority group rather than youth.
Well, COPD, emphysema, all those things that are exacerbated or made worse or even caused by cigarette smoking. Those are, I've said it on this show before, COPD, dying of end stage, COPD is awful. If you've ever seen somebody that has end stage COPD fighting for every breath, I'm sure that everybody that's listening to this show has probably been in a swimming pool and maybe went too deep and didn't have time to get back up for air. And that panic, that fear of trying to get to the oxygen, trying to get that breath. Think about that every moment of every day.
Forever.
I'm exaggerating a little bit, but you get the fighting for that air, that panic. It's a primal fear that all humans have of suffocation.
Yeah.
And we need to be more sympathetic to those people. We need to understand. Like you said in the intro video, this is not a black and white thing, but tobacco control has made it a black and white thing. And I'm not talking about race in this particular instance. I'm just talking about the fact that they've drawn a line and they've said, this is the way you're doing it. And if you don't do it our way,
you're a criminal.
Forget about you. We're the one. And, having the idea that harm reduction is supposed to be focused on meeting the person that you're trying to help where they are, not trying to drag them to where you are. But that's how they do it. They think that everybody's exactly the same, that if this works for one person, if cold turkey didn't work for some people, there would be more smokers. I'm not going to deny that cold turkey works for some people. If the patches and the gums work for some people, wow, that's awesome. You're not smoking. That's great. But for a lot of us, it didn't work.
Yep.
And they need to understand that there's not one magic bullet. There's not one solution to this problem that's going to solve this problem for everyone.
No.
And that goes on to, everybody's not the same. And, I specifically want to talk about a tobacco control, focusing on, this, I said it a while ago, colonialism. And you brought up the colonizers last show, how they are victimizing people in smaller, poorer, less educated, I don't want to say third world countries, developing countries. That's the, my wife is from the Philippines, so we don't say third world country, we say developing country. Because that seems to be where they have focused billions of dollars pushing a prohibitionist message that clearly is a failure. Look, they gave a guy 2 weeks ago an award for banning vaping in India. The WHO gave an award to a guy for banning a tobacco harm reduction product, which in their own framework convention on tobacco control specifically says that the WHO, that program will consider tobacco harm reduction as part of their mission. And they don't. I'm stepping down off the pulpit for a minute so somebody else can.
It's been interesting, the expose. I'm not sure if you saw Michelle Minton's expose that just came out this week.
Well, but there was not any new for us. There was nothing new in there. We already knew that Bloomberg was spending money through a campaign for tobacco-free kids to specifically target those lower income countries.
Yeah, but it's not only those countries. So I think that, you know, there's been some more pieces of the puzzle sort of fall into place, even for me, and what's been happening in New Zealand, for example, when the vaping amendment legislation, when it was a bill and you know, was out for comment. And I'd also been to the Philippines to the Asia Tobacco Harm Reduction Conference and was asked to do a submission on their bill and their amendment. And so, you know, I'm reading both of those going, these are very similar. The wording is very similar here. And it was very clear to me that the context, the text, of those amendment bills had been supplied.
They have model legislation that they pass around. Even here in the States, they do it from state to state. They pass around an already written bill. This is our model legislation. You might have to fine tune it here and here for your state already existing laws. But this is a roadmap for you. And if you want, our attorneys will help you.
Yeah. So, you know, I mean, I wouldn't have thought that would happen in New Zealand. I worked as a policy analyst at the beginning of, you know, when we just had the Smoke-Free Environments Act in 1999. I started very soon after that. And I know the people that worked on writing the legislation. I know when we were looking at new legislation, you know, I honestly believed that the policy analysts in the Ministry of Health in New Zealand, with help of Crown lawyers, were writing those amendments at that time. Certainly, you do look at other countries and their legislation to see, you know, what clauses or how to word things, what others have done. But, you know, it's definitely not that anymore. These laws, the legislation, the draft bills are supplied, and they're very, very similar, and that's happening. Even New Zealand is being lazy in that sense and just part of a much broader team, the other team, and they are sharing strategies. And you really start to think, well, who's pulling the strings here? And clearly, you know, Bloomberg.
Yeah.
It's
Here's the policy we want everyone to have, and here's the policy we want you to have. You can adjust it just a little bit for your area, country, whatever.
Yeah.
Scary. That's very scary, because what other policies are they influencing? What other things are they hurting people for?
And Twitter, it's so great to be back on Twitter. I was so relieved. I can't tell you how relieved I was, because it was a very important connection to you all and to the broader harm reduction community and scientists and so many researchers I was following. And thank you guys, for helping to get my research out during that time when I was, in the closet.
Indisposed.
Persona non grata.
Yes, suspended. And but I forgot what I was going to say. But, yeah, I have only had 4 hours sleep, so.
I do want to take aside one moment, because you did mention the Global Forum on Nicotine, and I think it's over now. I think they had their closing ceremony, but all of the videos from the presentations are on YouTube, and I want to draw attention to the fact that the Global Forum on Nicotine only has 697 followers on YouTube. So y'all need to go over there and click the subscribe button. See, I've already clicked the subscribe button, there's some amazing presentations. Friends of ours gave presentations during the Global Forum this year. Dr. Charles Gardner was there. Lots of amazing people. Michelle Minton actually got to speak on one of the things. Bengt from Snooze, Sweden. I think it's not burn snooze or something like that. No burn snooze. Did it's a great opportunity to hear some awesome people give good speeches. I think even Ethan Nadelman was there, or at least presented there. So everybody, my YouTube channel has like less than 100 people. I don't care about my YouTube channel as much as other people, but go and give them some subscription, some action, and go watch some damn videos, because you're going to learn stuff. But anyway,
yeah, so it was very different this year, but the platform was quite good. How they had a live meeting and then they live streamed it, so it was.
Yeah, they were in Liverpool, I think. And then everybody else got to zoom in.
Felt like we were getting kind of equal attention, and we had the chat part on the side, and there was a lot of focus on what are we going to do about the nasty attacks on researchers. Konstantinos is now being, savagely attacked, and again, he showed and did a talk on how the Bloomberg money was used to fund journalists, and then has exposed how they're not allowed to say that they're funded by Bloomberg. So there's all of this. They're using this whole accusing like me and others of not being transparent about where we're getting our funding from, and yet Bloomberg writes it into contracts that they're not allowed to say that they've got the money through the.
And all of that is shown on Dr. Farsalinos's Twitter. You can actually see the screenshots of the contracts and all of the underhanded dealings. It's one thing to be to have a big heart and want to help people, but I did tweet this week. I thought this was funny. Warren Buffett, who everybody knows is one of the richest guys in the world, big rich guy. His son actually was quoted in a news piece that I thought was really funny. I'm going to share this real quick. I tweeted it. It's on my Twitter, but philanthropic colonialism means barging in as outsiders and forcing solutions on other people's problems. And it was actually me sharing Michelle Minton's piece, explaining the tactics. But that's what they do, is they go in and here's a check. We're not part of you. We're not one of you, but hey, here's some money and do what we tell you to do. I do think it's funny that I guess the relevant people of this, because I tagged them, were Michael Bloomberg and Bloomberg Philanthropies on Twitter. One of these days they're going to ban me, because I'm very vocal about not liking Michael Bloomberg.
Unrelated,
but,
under the same circumstances. CVS, $50 million a few years ago. They give that money and funnel it to Truth. Truth says we want college-free campuses, so they get I think it's a $20,000 grant to become tobacco-free campuses.
Okay.
So
you said college-free campuses,
or I'm sorry, smoke-free campuses. Well, some of them are college-free.
Well, that's true.
They don't all have brains like you.
But yeah, they go in, and here recently they've spent billions of dollars in Africa, spent billions of dollars in Malaysia and the Philippines, pushing, not billions in each country, but billions total, going in, and they got caught in the Philippines, and let's hope that something comes of that. Let's hope that some smart attorneys somewhere decide that, hey, it's time to prosecute this guy for his unethical practices. This is unethical. And It is the purest definition of colonialism.
I really think that colonial, way of thinking is still rife throughout, the colonies, New Zealand, Canada, Australia. We have people who come from, say, the UK, where they were an academic, or Canada, where they were working in tobacco control, and they come down to the small colonies and land a big job, like Becky Freeman came from. You might know Becky Freeman writes quite a lot of anti-savage, anti-vaping, really poor science stuff, trolling the internet and reading your Twitter feeds and making something out of it. She was in Canada and came down here to New Zealand and landed the job as director of New Zealand ASH, Action on Smoking or Health. And, luckily for us, she eventually went off to Sydney, but not so lucky. She ended up doing a PhD with Simon Chapman. And, so it became even worse. But they have this colonial attitude that they're superior, coming from, a bigger colony and coming to little New Zealand. And they really have it's just that superiority thing where they believe they are so much better and we're so backward, And it's just, if I was to map it out, like the history of tobacco control in New Zealand and even all the attacks on me, it's quite clear these foreigners coming here, and then they strategize and work out how they can become dominant in the sector and build their, kingdom, and then just start to manipulate everybody and control the narrative. So it's really annoying because, of course, the Aboriginal people in Australia and Māori here, especially once they were able to sort of discredit or get rid of me out of the sector, and then everyone else is just being sucked in by them and being told what to think, And I remember a national Māori meeting in 93, and so many elders were there who are now no longer with us. They did not support tobacco tax. And I'm lucky that I was at that meeting, and I know what Māori really wanted to have happen. It was, don't just tell us to quit, help, provide help on how to quit. And so that's what I, focused on and have focused on. But yes, it's really, that philanthro-colonialism. They're not philanthropists in the sense that they're using their own money, they're using taxpayers' money, but it's still colonialism, and they still see themselves as superior, and that's at the basis of racism. I'm not supposed to say the R word, but what is racism? It is that, it's that belief that they are superior by dint of their race and their ethnicity, that they're English, or they're white, or whatever, and they believe that they are of a superior race. That's what racism is, quite simple, and they have power to do something about it.
Well, money is power in their world.
Yeah, well, it's all, and then that was a lot about that at the GFN. I'm really impressed. Like Brad Rodu from the States gave a talk, and it was really interesting to hear that he's been being attacked like I have been, but for a much longer time. And I'd love to chat with him and learn about how, I don't know, just how he survived it all for such a long time. But it was great to see him talk. And he was like, it's all about the money. We have to understand universities, businesses. And I totally get that, and he talked also about there being a very small amount. There's more and more and more researchers and less money relative to the growing number of researchers. So it just becomes really, really cutthroat. They need to get rid of other people who are going to be putting in for the same amount of money any way they can. And so it was great to hear from him.
Now I have a question. I was watching a video from a writer that I really like to read, and he was quarantined for a very long time in New Zealand, and his wife is also a performer, and she's in music business. She's in a band. She's a rock star or whatever, and they were being interviewed by Lucy Lawless, and they brought up, I'd never heard of this before, but in New Zealand, are women told not to excel, not to be creative, not to? They used a word, and I can't already that they use for.
No.
What was that?
We said tall poppy syndrome. And so it's basically, you know, a poppy gets a bit taller than everyone else, and so you've got to lop it off. Yeah, I think more. It's more about just simple competition, that somebody else is getting more of the limelight, more media coverage, and in the universities that translates to, you know, you're more likely to get funded, you're more likely to get promoted, you're more likely to have the light shone on you, and, you know, the university magazine will do a story about their star performer and things like that. So there's simple jealousy, but a lot of it is about money. Winning awards is a big one. You know, as the sector, they create awards to give, like the World Health Organization giving that award. So this is another thing they do, create awards and then give those. You know, I've seen people they're being given a promotion when the whole academic system is completely breaking down. You know, it used to be to be a professor in New Zealand, you had to at least have a PhD, but no, that's all going. It's like, it's more strategic, it's political, giving people, you know, making them a professor or giving them a promotion, and then giving people awards, and then that all helps with getting funding, and so therefore it all comes back to getting money. And there was another interesting speaker at the Global Forum, so I do encourage you to watch some of it. I mean, at least you can watch it at your leisure, not like sit up all night.
You don't leave this video to go to that video.
Yeah, they had sort of a GFN TV type setting, and Sarah Cooney, I think her name is, she works for British American Tobacco, and she said something interesting which I did not know about some new funding that is coming into the US, into one of your authorities for research, and it's not the Master Settlement Agreement money. This is new money, and it's fees that the industry are having to pay, and that was interesting. A lot of money coming in for research.
So in the States, if you sell cigarettes, they have these fees that they have to pay the FDA that are quite lofty. To, you know, the FDA Center on Tobacco is not funded by anything but what they call these user fees.
Yeah.
And these user fees are money that the tobacco companies pay to the FDA to maintain their market orders. If you sell, it's not a tax, it's a fee, and it's based on your company size and the sale of your product, plus a flat fee. And it's a lot of money.
In addition to the Master Settlement Agreement money.
Well, the FDA doesn't get any of that money.
Right.
They're not part of the Master Settlement Agreement. So the entire FDA's tobacco department is funded by these user fees.
Right.
They're not a recipient.
New Zealand Ministry of Health has written that was in the Vaping Amendment Act as well. So to be a specialist vape retailer, so we're nearly at that time where shops now, they have to have applied to become a specialist vape retailer. they will be therefore licensed and registered and be paying these fees that you're talking about. So there'll be fees associated with everything. And, in my submission against that, I argued against that because, of course, that's going to flow on to the prices and increase the prices of vaping products. So just an interesting anecdote, a local dairy convenience store, corner store. My partner Steve was in there and came back to let me know that at the end of the counter, they've created this small Perspex-like box. It has its own door. It has its own little FPOS machine in there. And he's like, oh, what's this? And they're like, oh, that's where the vaping products have to be under the new law. They have to be in a separate. I'm thinking, and we're both going, no, that's not in there. And so what we think is happening, they're probably going to apply to be a special vape retailer, and they've set up like a little cube of a shop, a separate shop, right? But inside there, because specialist vape retailers have to be a bricks and mortar store. They're doing away with, you can't just be online only, or I'm not sure about online only. I think that's right. Yolanda, you can correct me in the chat if you know that. But yeah, I know we had a mobile vape van, and he was going to be put out of business. But anyway, luckily he has leased a space and has his own bricks and mortar and is able to continue.
Just rent a garage and pull the van into the garage.
Well, he can't do it out of the van anymore. So, yeah, people in rural areas are going to be cut off. And people, if you don't use the internet like my sister and you live in a rural area, from once it kicks in, the local store, well, they were only selling one British American tobacco vape product anyway. And then they'll only be able to sell the 3 flavors, tobacco, mint, and menthol. So, yeah, I mean, up north where she's living in a lower socioeconomic area, rural, there's nobody vaping, no one vaping up there, and there won't be, not with the product being cut off.
So if you're...
Tom is asking if you can pull the mic a little bit closer because I guess you're cutting in and out.
Oh.
So
do I need to turn it up? I'm not sure. Is that better? I'll be right now.
So if you're in an elderly home, nursing home, whatever it is up there, and they go once a week to the store, all they can get is what they can get. And if there are no vaping products, they're going to get their cigarettes. That's an example of you're way out in the boonies here, because I'm a hillbilly, or you're in an enclosed area. I could also call it. You're just all by yourself in a little world, and you can't get out much. And if you can get out, what can you get?
Yeah.
So the access is huge.
It will be terrible. And my submission, so there's a raft of new prohibition policies are being proposed, and they want the convenience stores to not be able to sell tobacco at all. And so the first step is to license them, and then it's what's called a sinking lid policy, where they would then go, there can only be a certain number of retailers that can sell the product in an area, and then they would just reduce that over the years. So that's called a sinking lid policy until you say, well, no more. So it's all about making it harder to access cigarettes, but the same thing, they've already done that to the vaping products, and that's why they wanted to do that to the vaping products, because you go, as we all go, all the vaping advocates go, it's easier to get cigarettes. What are you doing? You're leaving the cigarettes and you're making it really hard to get the vaping products. Well, they're doing that on purpose, because we say, what are you doing? And they go, oh, you're so right. You're so right. Yes, we must do that to the cigarette products as well. We should make it easier to get vaping products. So now we can pass a law making it even harder to get the tobacco products. So it's all deliberate. It's all part of the strategy. the harder it is to get vaping products, it sets the precedent for changing the law to make it even harder to get cigarette, tobacco cigarettes or combustion products. So they want to do that. They are really, really keen on taking the nicotine out of cigarettes. I think we talked about that one before. And everyone is just being completely lied to about that. The nicotine level will be so low you may as well be sucking on an eggplant. So that's just.
No, I like eggplant, but I don't think I want to consume that much.
And we could not consume enough eggplant and tomato to get any kind of nicotine hit. So there's that one. They really want to do that, and that's because New Zealand is a great little social experiment petri dish. We're like with COVID, we're on a little bunch of islands. We were able to close ourselves off from the world. What a fantastic environment to run an experiment. And there's no control group. Well, the control group, I guess, will be Australia, although that's scientifically that wouldn't work. But so they really, really want to do that here, more so out of curiosity, and also because it will really hurt people. And won't it be fun? Or let's do some of those Big Brother programs and actually set up cameras and watch them all,
That'll be reality TV.
Yeah, reality TV.
They're going to do like a Lord of the Flies, but while you're locked up in your little colony that you can't get out of.
Yeah.
Let's just do let's see how many people will kill each other.
Yeah, like what are they going to do? Like people are going to. I mean, I have interviewed people over the years who their withdrawals are so severe that they've said, I felt like murdering somebody. So I'm very concerned. Yeah, I'm very concerned about that, especially for the kids. It's not nice to have to go through. And then what about all the people with neurodiversity, as Charles was talking about in GFN, with schizophrenia, anxiety disorder, depression.
Kevin and I participated in that survey.
Okay, good. Yeah, so
we're both neurodiverse.
It's just inhumane and unethical as far as I'm concerned. So the denicotinization, get rid of the corner stores. What's the other one? Oh, the age one, like the smoke-free generation, they call it, where no one born after 2004 will ever be able to buy cigarettes. Well, so that's the thinking led on customers. And anyway, I think we were going to talk about something else. And
well, this all leads to what it all ends where we want to go. But so we talked about
in the media today, if I can just say, it was on topic. So all across the media today, we have a high school principal who was snapped. A student got a photo of her looking under the toilet cubicle at high school, looking under the door to see, and the student managed to get a photo of this high school principal, a woman, a female, looking under the female toilet doors into the cubicle. And she's come out, the news have got it, and she's defending herself, saying that she'd been told a couple of girls were in there, and she was checking to see if there were more than, how many feet were in there and if they were vaping. And, so you've got like a high school principal peering under toilet doors. I can't even repeat what my 16-year-old daughter said about that. But it's, let alone all the parents and people on Twitter going, don't you even dare to do that? But it's about, I remember stories in the States of kids being like physically searched at school, and one of the staff or teacher or principal putting their hands down a boy's pants, looking for the vape,
Somebody would have gotten decked when I was in school if they'd have put their hand in my pants.
Yep.
Yeah, there's some really bad
I would have gotten tased.
Yeah. And then that's what we were going to talk about, that incident.
But I mean, really, the first point we need to make is that, people like Bloomberg are funneling money through all of these body part organizations, the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, all these health groups, to push an agenda that ends up being successful, and they get stupid laws written. They get stupid laws passed, but then they don't think about what the repercussions of that law getting passed is. And right now, in our country, at least, we have a situation where we have people that are enforcing these laws at gunpoint. I mean, these stupid laws. I mean, obviously, kids don't need to vape, and there's already laws that exist in this country to prevent kids from vaping. So when you pass extra things like you can't vape outside, because that's what essentially this was the situation that happened in Ocean City, Maryland, was somebody was vaping outside in the air where it's not enclosed. The wind is going to pick it up and disperse it, and it's going away. And literally, apparently there were several of these altercations or several of these instances. In the video that we'll play in a little bit, you can hear a girl say, "This is the same thing that happened last year," which I didn't even hear about. But apparently there was an incident last year where somebody was vaping and the police arrested that person, which is ridiculous because I believe if you read the ordinance, it's a citation that it should have just been we caught you vaping in public. Here's your citation. And they don't know how to de-escalate a situation, because apparently I thought that once, Trump was out of office, everybody was saying that we're going to educate and inform, and instead of sending police, we're going to send a de-escalation expert to de-escalate these situations. And no, I mean, if Trump got blasted and I'm not defending Trump, I hate Trump, don't get me wrong, but this is the hypocrisy of the situation. Obama didn't get yelled at for these same things happening. He's not the one that became the target. Trump was president. All of a sudden, it's like, look at all these bad things that are happening when Trump's president. And now that Biden is president, he's not getting any guff for this law enforcement situation happening under his watch. So it's hypocritical to me, because I hate them all. I hate all politicians equally, regardless of party. But when these public health people are the recipients of funds from Bloomberg Philanthropies to push an agenda that includes, really asinine extra bills that don't need to be passed because it's already illegal for kids to vape. It's already illegal for people to vape within so many feet of the entrance of a building. And most of these states have clean air laws that prevent that from happening. Why does there need to be a law that says that you can't vape outside on the sidewalk? That really is ridiculous. But the fact that the police felt like, and I'm going to show you the video, this level of enforcement for such a minor infraction was what's the word that they was not excessive force. They don't believe that this was excessive force.
No.
I challenge you to watch, and the video that I have is like 5 minutes. It's a compilation. I'm not going to play the entire thing, but I think that people who haven't seen this need to understand that this is the repercussions, that this is what happens when you pass stupid laws, and then you have people who really shouldn't be in law enforcement as the people enforcing those laws.
I'll preface something.
People need, well, one more thing, then I will. People need to understand that every law that is passed is going to be enforced at the barrel of a gun, or in this case, a taser, or a can of mace in the United States. That's how it works here. So these politicians need to understand when they pass legislation that is essentially a law, that's what they do, that everything that they're passing has to be enforced by somebody. And who is the person that's going to enforce it, and what tactics are they going to use to enforce it? So, Kevin, preface.
Like we were talking last week about the Sinai Amendment. Nobody cares. I understand that. So the law enforcing access for anyone under now 21 isn't enforced. And what little enforcement there is, there's no incentive to actually follow the law, and it's all tied to funding. So the enforcement part is ignored. And then the catalyst for the hate and discrimination and stigma, and the catalyst for the laws, are the people that are creating the laws. Like Dr. Glover said a little while ago, someone's already created the law. You just kind of amend it to your not liking and needs, and then we'll go out there and we'll start tasing people. That's my take. So tobacco-free kids, Truth Initiative, et cetera, and Bloomberg and whoever.
And after this, we will show the response, the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids response. But yeah, let's watch this real quick. Let me hit open. There we go. So right there, the one cop says, put your hands up. Another cop says, take it off, referring to the backpack.
Mm-hmm.
Five cops.
Back up! Back up! It happened last year too. Back up!
And so there's a girl in the background. She says that happened last year too. So this is not the first time this has happened. But if you're listening on the headphones, you can hear it. The guy that's got the taser, those tasers have a button on them that once they've initially delivered their first dosage of electricity, he can hold that button down again and shock him again. And he did. The guy was down, and he electrified him again.
Electrocuted.
For no reason. Call your mom. That is the weirdest thing ever. Bro, what the fuck for no reason? Bro, put him in handcuffs for a vape. He was literally standing there. He wasn't arresting or he wasn't nothing. Yeah. He was.
All right. This is a silent video. Now, there's 3 cops holding that guy down. That he's not even trying to get up. You can't even see it, but they carried him out like this. After they tased him multiple times.
For no reason. No reason. You see all these. And the one cop's not even doing nothing.
So yeah, they asked him. So this is the girl that shared it. This is another video from a different location. Watch this cop. Boom. 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 4, 5. And then he puts his knee in his back.
For smoking or vaping. Either one. That's necessity.
Wow.
That's hysteria. That's induced hysteria.
And I'm saying this, you may disagree, Dr. Glover. I'm saying this, a lot of that fear, the fear of vaping, a lot of the we have to enforce this because this is a serious thing is coming from the misinformation and the lies that is perpetuated by all these people about how bad vaping is. It's going to hook your kids. We have to write laws and enforce these laws so aggressively because they're going after addicting kids to nicotine. And plus, I think the cops are on a power trip.
Yes.
Some of them. We have lots of people that vape that are LEOs. Nick Nick Orlando, who's been on the show, is a retired police officer. So not all cops are bad. And yes, that I can fairly say that not all cops are bad, but there are numerous psychological examinations that these police need to go through before they're given a badge.
Mm-hmm.
Because that level of force for a vape infraction, they could have easily de-escalated that whole situation. The second one for sure. The first one, the kid didn't even look like he was trying to do anything. They told him to take his backpack off. He moved his hand.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as a justification for this whole fucking thing, sorry for the foul language, the police have issued a statement saying that subsequent to that, they searched his bag and found a pocket knife in his bag.
How many amendments does that violate?
But that they were they justify. Oh, well, we have to search him. What's in, so they took him down, and then, yeah, it was crazy.
I'm looking for that for you.
Yeah, I just got a notification that Facebook actually added a content ownership tag to that video because we shared somebody else's social media video. I'm not taking credit for it.
No.
So I think, we need to understand the role of the police and why we have the police. That is, what we just watched it's got nothing to do with vaping or smoking. And it's about social control. The police are there to help, keep society under control and behaving within the laws. And I'm wondering if it's okay with you guys, and if you're able to get my graphic out of my submission that I sent you.
I have a look, but I didn't want to share it until you told me I could.
No, that's fine. And I just want to explain, so I was trying to sort of figure out a way to depict and explain this type of thing. And obviously that was before that event happened, because this is just about understanding the role of the police and the purpose of laws. Regardless really of what it's about, the laws are there. Obviously most of us, all of us would agree, please stop people burgling, breaking in and stealing and violent crimes. Let's stop that. Let's stop the child sexual abuse of children, or let's stop rape. Let's stop. There's lots of things that we all as a society agree on. We want this justice system and the police to please prevent these terrible things from happening. But what we're moving into now around the world and is where laws are being passed that are way beyond preventing crime or preventing a violent crime or serious fraud or anything like that. So this graphic, what we have in the top left-hand part of the picture there, you've got some people and they're like chatting. Along comes a person of authority, a clerk who works for, say, government. They're digging up that fence and they're moving it. So this is the application of laws. So we have laws, and let's say, okay, everyone's, you have a small number who are on the wrong side of the fence, who are breaking laws, and maybe it's not enough to keep the equilibrium. But so we have also oversized governments. We have people getting into government. What is their job? Well, their job is to create laws and policies. And so you've got too many people in government having to do something for all of the huge amounts of money we're paying them, and all they just busy themselves making laws after law after law after law. So the fence gets moved, and you can see in the bottom right hand of the picture the kind of gated community type of event that ends up happening, where the people who stay on the right side of the fence, the right side of the law, they get to enjoy a certain level of safety and security and lifestyle. Now, what happens also with, so some people, they were 1 minute they're on the right side of the law, and then a law passes, and this is what's happening to people who smoke and people who vape. And then overnight, it can happen overnight in New Zealand with our current government. They will change the law overnight without consultation, without warning, and next thing you know, you're on the wrong side of the law, just for being you and continuing to live the way you just were. And then those people you'll see in the bottom picture, they're now on the wrong side of the law, and you obviously, that's the role of the police, is to monitor and catch people breaking the law, fine them, so give them a citation potentially, fine them, and if necessary, feed them into the justice system and into the prison system. So that's how our societies work. The police have a legitimate role. We all want them there to do certain jobs. The problem is that the people who are getting into government, who, it's just housework for them. It's just like doing dishes, Oh, what are we going to do today? Oh, let's make up another law, respond to the demands of the citizens. And what's happening with people who vape and with people who smoke, this isn't an accident. Public health are deliberately doing this. This is part of public health. It's in the Framework Convention Tobacco Control. That's a convention. It's a global treaty, and it's in there that, use regulation, set laws. Now, what we had never done in New Zealand until the ban on smoking in cars, we had never fined the person who smokes. We had never done that because before we used to understand that people had a dependency. So, if anything, and it's this whole argument about decriminalizing drugs, they have the same argument. Like, we should be treating it as a health issue. If using a drug becomes a problem and there is harm, then we should be treating it as a social health and social issue, not criminalizing it. So what we have now is using those same processes and strategies that are there, which includes use of the police, and the police will always have people like those men and potentially women there. They're doing their job, and all they need is an excuse to do their job in that way. Now, I was very, very concerned about the ban on smoking in cars when minors are present, because basically it's, an 18-year-old, that can be a fairly huge-looking guy. So the police now in New Zealand have the right to pull over any vehicle or any parked vehicle, demand people get out of it, and they have to give their name. And I believe that one of the police are defending themselves in the case you just showed us, saying that the boy refused to give his name. So that even this New Zealand law, they have to give their name and address and phone number and age, everyone in the car. So it creates it gives the police more power to be able to stop and, what do you call it in the States?
Stop and frisk.
Stop and frisk, right. Yep. To stop and frisk. So instead of trying to peel that back, so make it harder for police to stop and frisk, or in the case of that boy, tase, knee, and you'll have another Floyd issue, and kill people. Yep. Instead of trying to pull that back, New Zealand is going the other way. We're giving police more powers to stop now with cars. They can say, oh, we thought we saw, we thought we saw smoke, or we thought we saw vape, or we thought there was a child in the car, or what's the other one? Oh, it also includes smokeless, the use of a smokeless product, which in New Zealand is referring to the heat not burn. Mm-hmm. So there won't be any smoke or vape.
Do they not have oral tobacco? No,
that's banned. So you can just have somebody who's going like that, like you are, and they could say, oh, I thought I saw them using a smokeless product or vaping or smoking. So they can pull over any car. How do they not know that there's a baby? There might be a baby in the back seat. You can't see them. So they now have the right to, and the car can be anywhere. It can be in a garage. It can be in a paddock. It can be on the beach, because anywhere a car can go under the New Zealand law is defined as a road. So if there's a car there, the car had to get there somehow, so therefore it's a road. So therefore the police can investigate or stop or demand the people get out of the car, give all those details, which a lot of people would say, F off. Well, I haven't done anything. We don't have to do that. And then what happens? You get your escalation. And, this has happened to my sister where, and they're like, oh, we're going to take you in. You're refusing to be breathalyzed. You're refusing to, as soon as you don't give your name or your age or your address or you say, oh, no, I just want to tell my son, if you're taking me, I've got to tell my son, and they will just grab you and throw you to the ground and try and put you in handcuffs. So it even happens in New Zealand. And, of course, especially if you're Māori, especially if you're brown, especially if you are of a marginalised group, depending on the police officer's personal biases. So it's not really about vaping, and it's not really about smoking. And public health are deliberately using this mechanism, this strategy, to make smoking and vaping more inconvenient and unpleasant. And it's all in the literature. It's all in our theories that we talk about and write about all the time. It's about attacking your identity. And there's a new paper out, I believe, that's going across Twitter, attacking your identity as vapors or as people who smoke, and making it as unpleasant as possible. That's this, back to this, we've got to create this cognitive dissonance. You're getting pleasure from something. Well, we have to ruin that. So we're going to, you must not get pleasure from it. We have to make it more unpleasant. So we're going to ban the flavors. We're only going to allow you to use the tobacco flavors. Like the other thing they put that I'm talking about in my submission, just briefly, they want to ban the filters. And that's because they just want to make it as unpleasant as possible. So
I get you.
It's these people campaign for tobacco-free kids, and you've got that up there now. That is disingenuous. They absolutely know. And they're deliberately using laws so that life will become worse for you if you smoke or you vape or you disobey them. So you will end up on the wrong side of the law. And I would encourage everyone, or if you're inclined, to read Professor Green's paper, which I referenced there. She has a theory of poverty. She talks about how you keep people down and you use laws to keep certain sectors of the society oppressed. And one of the sayings she says is something about they keep bumping into sharp things, or in my graphic, they keep finding that, okay, finally I got a place to live, I've got a job, and then they go out and their car has maybe run out of registration and they've got a citation, and then they can't afford to pay that. And so what she explains is this cascade of effects.
Yep.
If they lose the car, they can't get to their job, and then they can't pay the rent, and then they have to move again. It also, moving these fences, moving the laws, leaving people on the outside, and then they end up breaking the law. Maybe they're breaking the law because now they've banned that you cannot vape outside, and they didn't even know.
Yep.
And so next minute they're in trouble for something that is now legal. It's like, why would this even be illegal? This doesn't even make sense. But so people can find that they'll get a citation for something they didn't even know was illegal. And then her theory is great. It's all about how it's actually deliberate. It's deliberate.
Definitely deliberate. But I mean, they say in their statement here, we are horrified and outraged by the incident of violence, police violence against Black teenagers in Ocean City, Maryland this weekend. There is absolutely no place for violence and abuse in enforcing tobacco laws. The purpose of such laws is to keep people safe and healthy. Our communities cannot be safe and healthy when police choose to enforce these laws with violence, often disproportionately against Black and brown people. There must be a full investigation of this incident and accountability for the use of force against these people. But this is, they claim that they're not responsible. No. I mean, they're
responsible.
They're distancing themselves, but Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids and Michael Bloomberg, by using Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, is directly responsible for these stupid laws because they're the ones that probably paid the city council of Ocean City, Maryland, to amend the Smoke Act in the ordinance that would make it illegal for these people to vape outside on the boardwalk.
Why aren't they outraged about the enforcement, Patrick?
Well, they are. But here's the thing.
I mean, of access, of the enforcement of access, because they don't care.
They don't care. But the thing is these type, like for example, the menthol ban, which they're all getting so happy about and everything. Who do you think that ban is going to victimize?
Absolutely.
Because menthol cigarettes are smoked. We have all of the evidence that Black, brown, gay, lesbian, transgender, all those people that they want to champion, that they claim to love, and those are the people that are going to be victimized by such an idiotic law. Plus, yes, everywhere where something is banned, regardless of whether that's alcohol or whatever, tobacco products, vaping products, there is going to be a very, very vibrant Black market for those products. So we saw this week, there was a thing in Australia where apparently some enterprising Australians decided that they were going to grow their own tobacco and sell cigarettes and vaping products to people that want to buy that. Mm-hmm. And they got hammered this week in Australia. I can't remember that they even gave the operation a really catchy name. I'd have to think of it real quick. But
yeah, it's happening in New Zealand as well.
Apparently it's illegal to grow tobacco.
In Australia it is.
In Australia.
Yeah.
So they would much rather, the government of Australia would much rather Australians send their money outside of the country to American tobacco growers instead of keeping that money inside of their own country. Now, there were illegal tobacco or illegal vape pods that were included in this bust, and they were so proud of themselves for essentially making somebody who was trying to be an entrepreneur in his country a criminal.
Yeah. So if I can pick you up on a couple of things there, saying that these people that work for the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids and all of those agencies that are pushing a prohibitionist agenda, they do care. They care about something else, and they particularly care about themselves. And the other thing, if you look at these sectors, and particularly, say, in New Zealand, most of the people who work in public health are white middle class. So I don't know, just from what I've seen at conferences of all the, say a SR&T conference in America, most of them are white middle class, the people at the conference. So they care, they are very, very passionate about preserving their own, they're the ones, in the gated community. They are very, very passionate about preserving their way of life and their culture. And that's the same here. So the other thing, when I worked in domestic violence, I've worked in women's refuge and did my early analysis around men's violence against women. An act of violence is, I just want to talk about that sort of, I don't think it helps to call them idiotic laws. They're absolutely intentional. So every act of violence, there is an intent to it. It's not just, oh, sorry, I accidentally punched you in the stomach, like their partner, right? Why would a man punch the woman in her stomach and not in the eye? I mean, a lot of them do punch them in the eye and the face, but, they do sometimes choose to punch somewhere else on the body where it's not going to be visible to anybody else. So there's absolutely rational, intentional thought going on in terms of choosing what weapon they're going to use, whether it's just their fist or, or the baseball bat or something, and where on the body they're hitting. And, women who have been in relationships or are in relationships with men who are beating them up and are violent towards them, there's all these other theories they go through first, like, it's short man syndrome, or, he's got an issue, or, he's got issues from his childhood. And so they kind of try to be understanding and forgiving. But when it's pointed out to them that even the punch in the stomach versus punching you in the, so you're going to end up with a black eye, and then everybody's going to know what's happening, and then that really blows the lid off it. And I think we have to blow the lid off the violence and the violent intention that is behind some of these people working in public health, working in the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, and Bloomberg, that thing. That some people, it's been quite shocking to me, but I guess people are people and they're everywhere and they've got to get a job somewhere. But if they have violent tendencies, or they're abusive, or they're a dick, they're going to take that out on people at work, at home, and on customers, and when they're driving and road raging, and anywhere. And when I was being bullied at work and stuff, I came across a great book which was about psychopaths in the workplace. And psychopaths are everywhere, like people who have no ability to feel empathy, right? And I was in a job and we were getting a new manager person into the same sector as me to work on one of my projects. And that person was put through the tests that they do that were formed, the American Army, and they came up with all those psych tests. And there's a measure where it came out with a little warning, like a little red flag. Oh, the person got 100% on empathy, and that means they probably don't have that ability. And if someone doesn't have the ability to feel empathy, then that's essentially what a psychopath is. So it's been estimated about 10% in society are probably, have that. They have inability to feel empathy. They fake it. And they say all the right things. Oh, that's terrible. But they're really faking it, and they're psychopaths. And they're just everywhere. They're working in academia, they work in public health, they work in schools, they work in the police force if they pass the test, and if they think the police do try to weed these people out. But they can become very adept at faking empathy and faking that they care. But really, it's all just about them. They're narcissists, and it's all about getting to the top. And the further up you go, you'll find more people like that. So yeah, it's deliberate. It's not an idiotic law. It's an absolutely deliberate law. And you need to look at who benefits. What's the intention here, and who is going to benefit from this? It's not going to be those people who are left on the outside of the fence. It's not the young black guys who are walking along the road vaping.
Right.
And in New Zealand.
Not in my backyard.
Yeah,
is another way to put it.
Yeah, that's right. It's a
pretty people.
It's a way of
over
controlling.
Yeah. These are the
it's
pretty
about
people.
Controlling.
We want to protect the pretty people.
Were you going to protect me? Is that what you're?
I don't like you.
So on the level of idiotic laws that are purposefully put in place, I mean, they can still introduce idiotic laws that are intentional. There is one that's proposed, and I'm trying to find the link to it, but they're proposing that you can't vape in your own home because people that might come into your home to work, if you have a housekeeper, for example, or I don't have a housekeeper, I have to clean my own house, but that they could inadvertently come into contact with your emissions, with your secondhand vape. So now they're proposing that you can't even vape in your own home. And since not everybody, they have to write this law, even for people that don't have outside people come into their house. But
they've done that.
Obviously, I'm sure if I find it, I'll find a statement from Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids that says, yes, we herald this. We don't want people doing what they want to do in their own home.
They already have. They've already done that with public housing.
Well, public housing, but I'm talking about your own home that you own.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
What's going to happen when somebody says, "Oh, officer, I went into that house to install a refrigerator, and that person was vaping, and I had to breathe their vape." The police are going to knock on your door, and you're going to say, "Well, this is my house. I can do what I want to do in my house," and they're going to grab a hold of you and tase you and knock you to the floor and knee you in the rib cage and put a pair of handcuffs on you and carry you to the paddy wagon.
Yeah, so this happened, it's not vaping or smoking, but an Aboriginal woman in Australia. The police went into her house. She was drunk. They arrested her. She was in her house. She was drunk inside her own house. And they arrested her for whatever the thing is for being drunk.
Well, there's public intoxication, but I've never heard of being, because Kevin is a coffee drinker, but I periodically will have a drink.
Periodically, that's a broad term.
If you look right there, I have a fine selection of whiskeys right there.
It's a periodic selection.
So
they're going to come into my house and tell me what I can do in my own home.
Wow.
So we recently had this referendum on whether or not to legalize the recreational use of smoking marijuana. So meanwhile, we've got the public health sector pushing to make New Zealand smoke-free by 2025 and pushing...
allow combustible marijuana.
Exactly. So, so we had this referendum, should New Zealand legalize recreational use of marijuana, in other words, smoking marijuana. And then on the other hand, you've got pushing smoke-free 2025, and the dominant ones who've got the microphone at the moment, they're like trying to get everyone to believe that it's zero, not 5%. They're out there saying, oh, yeah, it'll be zero. You won't be able, they're going to ban cigarettes completely. So our participants in the Voices of the 5% study, some of them think that at 2025 there will be no more combustible tobacco products sold. It's going to be completely banned. And so I was interviewing one of the women, and she said that she's vaping now, and actually all her family are vaping now. And I'm like, oh, because we follow them up. It's a longitudinal study. And I'm like, oh, how did that happen? Anyway, she was in a previous interview, the interviewer had said something about smoke-free 2025, and what do you think about that? We asked them, you see. And so she got off the phone, and she apparently talked to her family, and she said, we better start getting ready, because it's actually not that far away. Maybe we should try vaping. And so they agreed as a family to try vaping, because they were worried about get 2025 and suddenly, they won't be able to buy cigarettes anymore, and smoking will be banned. And we all know, like, what happens? Well, you're going to get tasered, you're going to get fined, whatever, Mm-hmm. So they tried vaping, and now the whole family vape instead. So excellent outcome, but wasn't, what we were intending. We're just asking people what the experience is. But the point is, people are being told, they're being led to believe by the prohibitionists that it's a done deal, the government's going to ban it completely in 2025, and you're all going to be out in the cold. You're going to be going through, these horrendous withdrawals. But the marijuana. So, okay, you're going to legalize recreational use of marijuana. So, where will people be able to smoke marijuana then? Oh, only in their home. Hang on a minute. We just spent 30 years trying to make homes smoke-free through all these mass media campaigns. Don't smoke in the home. Don't smoke in your cars. Don't smoke around kids. And then they go and say, where will we be able to smoke marijuana? Oh, in your home. It's like talking about idiots. But yeah. And the referendum failed, and what we can learn and glean from our participants is that partly it failed for that kind of mismatch and mixed information and contradicting smoke-free laws, and it didn't make sense, and so people were left with more questions than answers, and just felt like they didn't know enough, so the referendum failed. But yes, it's getting further and further. And I think, having been in this for 28 years, I didn't think it would go this far. And I'm shocked to see how far it is going. That, like even here in New Zealand, as I said, this high school principal peering under the toilet door in the kids' bathroom. And I know that kids are being hauled before, disciplinary proceedings at school for either, having a vape on them or for vaping. There are far worse things going on than that. I know they're being, hauled before disciplinary committees too for other things, but the moral panic in New Zealand at the moment around kids vaping, it's like what you had in the States, and there's a particularly vicious group who are anti-vaping here. They're using anything they possibly can. They aren't able to use the Avali scare, and I see that was a question. We don't have that, but the kids vaping in schools, and they are, like I asked my daughter, she's 16, and she's like, oh yeah, everyone's tried vaping, and there are some who vape on a daily basis, and they vape before school. But, there's also kids who are smoking marijuana before school and after school. They're also binge drinking. And unfortunately, my daughter at a high school, we had there was a young boy in a classmate who committed suicide last year, and that's when I learned that the school had a suicide watch list. And actually, I was shocked to learn how many kids were currently on the suicide watch list. And this child that committed suicide wasn't on it. And that's how I learned that there was one. Oh, he wasn't even on the suicide watch list. I'm like, what suicide watch list?
Wow.
And then I found out how many were on it. This is a high school in a richer area. So we have this decile 1 to 10, one of the poorest areas. And our daughter's at a decile 10, so a high economic area. And they have a suicide watch list, and they have quite a few kids on there all the time. There are always kids on the suicide watch list. Mental health, unfortunately, in New Zealand, we have a really high youth suicide rate for OECD countries. And it's a really huge concern. And that really should be the focus. And that is the crisis in New Zealand, not vaping. And this moral panic that's being whipped up around vaping, I think, is a distraction, because the schools are failing. The mental health system is overwhelmed. It takes... if you've got a kid that needs to counselling, external to the hopeless school counsellors, you're looking at 8 weeks before you even get an assessment. So we have a massive problem with our under-resourced mental health system for youth, for kids. And we've got kids under 12 needing counselling, and it's not there. There just isn't counselling. So you
have a principal who wants to look underneath bathroom stalls, and you've got a child who can't get mental health help.
Yeah.
And that direction of stupidity is unfathomable. That's insane.
I feel for the teachers and the principals, with the mental health system is failing them, and they are struggling to provide a safe, they've got to provide by law a healthy, safe environment for the kids. Well, they're struggling to do that because of the social issues and because of the high, the crisis in youth mental health and the very high rates of youth suicide that we have in New Zealand. So I feel for them, because they can't simply go, well, let's get more counselling, because it isn't there. That's a whole nother government, education's education, health is over there. Different bucket of money.
Yeah.
So I was looking at, because on this, we've said repeatedly, children are going to experiment. Children are going to do things that they're told not to do. It's just part of being a kid, But there was one of the Global Forum on Nicotine panelists, I believe was from it wasn't Sweden. It was in that same panel though that Michelle Minton and Charlie was in, and Banked was in. It was the other guy, and he was saying, when they asked, because I think the subheading for that particular panel was, why do people use nicotine, or who uses nicotine and why do they use it? And the answer was, they were all kind of telling how they started their tobacco use. And he said, well, it was stupidity. I stupidly did it. But people make these, kids, because he said it was like 13, they went into the woods with a bunch of friends and they all shared a cigarette. That's initiation is probably, yes, it's probably that rebellious streak, making poor decisions or whatever. And then we find out, well, yeah, we enjoyed it. The chemical reaction in the brain was enjoyable. It released those MAOIs and made us feel a little better. And Next thing you know, yes, they're using it again because of that. But we need to understand that a lot of people choose to continue to use nicotine. Sure, they may have initiated because of some rebellious streak or some stupid decision, whatever, but they choose to continue to use it because they realize that nicotine is beneficial to them. And
I have actually done research on youth initiation in my PhD. I looked at that, and and I think somebody might have said in the chat. So curiosity is definitely, one of the pathways to initiation of and trying vaping or smoking or, alcohol. But it basically it goes like parental. So if the parents smoke, so parent role modeling and what they've grown up with, what is normal that they've seen. And there's kind of a dose-response relationship. So if just the father smokes, but then if you add that the mother smokes as well, then the child's doubly likely to start smoking. And then there's so parent smoking is key. And then you have peers, that's also a factor. Independent of that, you can have curiosity. But another main cause of young people starting to use either cigarettes, not so much vaping, because that's more like a fad at the moment. So kids that's a little bit different. But smoking or alcohol is, again, a big normalized in society. It's like something that everyone's going to be able to do. Smoking is a little bit more of a forbidden fruit than alcohol, and marijuana, of course, being illegal is a forbidden fruit. But kids are being abused. Kids are being sexually abused. They're being emotionally abused by their parents, or they're being bullied by other people. And some kids are abused and experience trauma. Parents breaking up can be very traumatic for kids, and going through that whole divorce and, and if it's a bitter, nasty fighting, divorce, that really creates a lot of problems for kids. And they will be more vulnerable to, they've learned from adults, from the movies, from everywhere, from society. Well, how do you deal with this stuff, How did mum deal with it? How did dad deal with it? How do people deal with stress? And of course they know that people are using these products. And some kids have neurodiversity. They have a difference. And, they have anxiety. They have the beginnings of what's going to be a mental condition that we know.
At what age does schizophrenia initially present? And
they don't give that diagnosis, as a particular, you don't do the diagnosis until later. Like, you don't call it that. But, so there might be other things. There's labels they'll use for younger people, like ADHD obviously is a common one that they give. So, and that changes over the years, what they're going to call it. But they should hold off on saying this is schizophrenia, or this child's got bipolar. That should be held off. You could ruin someone's life giving them that.
But they still will medicate them.
Yeah.
For those conditions.
Yeah. Yeah. So kids are not like they're not just a two-dimensional being. They have a life that's going on and things that are happening to them too. And, it's like, I don't know, I just always think of Rat Park. And if their environment is not great, then they may be more susceptible to trying drugs, not out of curiosity, but because they need something. They're looking around. They haven't been taught, how do you cope with abuse? How do you cope with bullying? How do you cope with the emotions and anxiety that you're feeling without what everyone else, all the adults are using. Alcohol, what do the adults use? Kids are gonna sit there going, they can't go to the gym, they don't have money, they don't have the same resources. So we're not dealing with why kids are starting to smoke. We need to be dealing with the abuse, the sexual abuse, the environment at school, and making it truly safe. And how are you going to feel if the principal's peeking under the door while you're in the toilet?
That is
not
sexual
safe.
abuse. That's not safe at all. But I mean, I tweeted 6 months ago, instead of attacking and victimizing and demonizing these kids that are using these things, we need to find out why they are using these things. And nobody is doing that. I mean, I tweeted that 6 months ago. I showed it last week on last week's stream. I scrolled my feed forever trying to find it. And it's on last week's show. It to me, especially somebody who, I've been diagnosed as OCD. I've been diagnosed as ADHD, and probably bipolar because, they used to call it manic depressive. That's what they used to call it. Now they call it bipolar. But when I was a kid, I started smoking when I was 12 or 13 years old. I was an outsider because my dad was into sports, and I really wasn't at the time. I was into more music and art, and I mean, I went to art school for a couple of years. I was into things that my parents weren't into, and literally, my dad didn't even graduate high school, and my mom was a seamstress, so I didn't have anybody to associate with at a younger age. So I feel like I probably started smoking because my friend smoked, and it felt good to be accepted by somebody, even if it was just, my friend. When you're a kid, this is something that you don't really realize when you grow up, but when you're a kid, friendship means way more than it does as an adult. Like being accepted by your peers is way more important when you're a kid than it is when you grow up. You're like, I'm at the stage in my life where I don't give a shit if anybody likes me or not. But children want to belong to their peer group. And it's very important, especially when you don't have a peer group somewhere else. So you don't feel a part of something.
Present company
something as simple as that,
Present company excluded. Tobacco control are basically children.
Well, but again,
not Dr. Glover.
Back to Dr. Glover's original quote from last show, where they think that everything is black and white, and
it's not.
Quit or die. They don't believe that they have to meet the person that they're trying to help where they are.
Right.
That is a prime, foundation of harm reduction is to meet the person that you're trying to help where they are.
There's 1,000 reasons we've smoked from 1,000 different people. There's 1,000 different ways we can stop. Yeah, exactly.
We're only going to give you 5 options, and you have to choose these 5 options.
And they're flavored like cardboard, right? Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But, nobody, Kevin, because I don't think you smoked, Dr. Glover. You never did smoke, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I started same as you. I was 13, and my father was he was quite abusive, and anyway, he used to beat my mum and hit us, and anyway, they split up. She kicked him out eventually, which was good for us. But so that was all. Anyway, not a great childhood, really.
But did you smoke because you enjoyed the flavor of cigarettes?
No, I I was at school, and so it's like what you were saying. I mean, I went to 17 schools. We moved so much. I didn't have, you talk about the importance of friends. I didn't really, how could I make friends? We just moved all the time. So
I was in 9 different elementary schools in 9 different states in 6 years.
Yeah. So, I was always the new kid. Kids are nasty people. They can be really nasty people and exclusionary. And so, I was at a college, first year of college, and the other kids got the cigarettes. And then it was just a bunch of kids. So in the small group that I was in and going into the bushes to have a cigarette, and my father smoked. Everybody smoked back then. Lots of adults smoked.
Well, you're pretty young. You were probably born in 1980.
I'll come back on.
85.
Keep talking like that.
but you were smoking, and you found friends pretty quickly because you're in the smoking area in the bushes. You had friends.
Well, they got the cigarettes. I didn't initiate it at all. I do remember, pinching cigarettes maybe from my father's packet, or like Camel. It was terrible. Rothmans.
Rothmans.
Strike that from the record. I don't want to hear
good stuff, man.
But that's just that initial experimentation, and then as soon as I finished, I don't know what year you would call it, I was 15. And as soon as I finished that year at school, that was it. My mum and her husband weren't paying for any more. So I had to start working. And adults smoked. So, I began to smoke regularly from 16. But so I got chronic bronchitis, and by the time I was in my early 20s, I had chronic bronchitis quite a lot, and the ads were just starting to happen then that, smoking will kill you, and they'd get the big sponge full of blackness and go squeeze out the tar, use the sponge. And the doctor that was doing those campaigns, he was really like angry, like it's going to kill you. And so I was like, oh, okay. And I could really believe that it would, because I was already sick from smoking. I already had chronic bronchitis. So I stopped cold turkey, but I was only a light smoker, maybe 10 a day. So I completely understand. I was a light smoker, so I was able to quit cold turkey with a lot of brainwashing myself. And, but, I relapsed, domestic violence and getting beaten up and stuff like that. And I'd relapse, and then I'd stop again. And so no, I definitely smoked, and I was left with this. Even with vaping and trying vaping, I wouldn't try it with nicotine, and I would never try the gum. Like, I would train people in the nicotine patches and gum, and how to help people use them. I'd do the training, and I'd cut the gum up and send it round for people to try it, but I would never try it because I remembered how hard it was to stop smoking, and that I didn't want to, I'd been left with this kind of fear, like, oh no, I don't want to go through that again, because it was quite hard. And and that's when I gave up coffee. I do drink coffee again now, thanks to our wonderful friend in South Australia who'd put me on to good coffee. But coffee and smoking went hand in hand.
And I can remember when I was in college a long time ago, because I'm old. There was a restaurant. There was an IHOP right across the street from the campus at the college I went to, and they had half of the restaurant was, divided, and that was the smoking section, and it was 24 hours. So when you were, cramming for exams, and, if you had a project and you needed to, get out of the dorm or get out of the apartment where your roommate was, and you go Now this is funny because you're trying to get away from, you know, those distractions, but then you go to the IHOP that's open 24 hours. You go at like 11 o'clock or midnight, and you go into the smoking section, and it's crammed with other college kids because they bring you a pitcher of coffee and they put it on your table. You get a bottomless cup of coffee for like $3 or something at the time. And they just constantly come and refill the coffee and empty the ashtrays.
Yep.
And it was full of all of the college people that, you know, and then inevitably you end up gabbing with everybody. You don't study anyway, but, you know, just sitting there all night, pounding coffee and smoking cigarettes. Just to get past, I mean, during, you know, finals week, or, you know, I don't know if they do that finals week in Australia, or in New Zealand, but finals week is like the most pressure that you have in your university life, because most college kids don't really put their nose to the grindstone until a week before finals. I'm, you know, just telling you. So they're just trying to cram all that information into their head, and they find that caffeine and nicotine help absorb that information when you're pounding your head, you know, the textbook against your head, trying to osmosis it into your brain. Yep. And yep. Yes, I mean, that's how you cope with the stress of like the fear that if you don't get at least a B, because if it's in your focus, if it's in your major, if it's one of the classes that's in your major, if you get a C, you have to retake it.
Well, you just covered a whole heap of reasons why people smoke. You know, because nicotine activates the frontal cortex. This is the area at the front of the brain that's where you think, and it helps you focus. So this is why students, athletes, taxi drivers, and, you know, lots of people do smoke for that, because it's a stimulant. And then the other thing is that if you're studying, you know, like, how on earth do you stay awake? Because it's so boring. And so again, nicotine stimulates the sleep relaxation center, which is in the middle of the brain. And so it's both helps to, you're under a lot of stress, as you say, so it helps to relax you. But it's also the sleep relaxation center. It's stimulating this, so it helps you stay awake, as well as relaxing you at the same time. So it actually is kind of sounding quite ideal, right? So taxi drivers, for example, big users of tobacco because they've got to sit in their cars waiting for a ride. They've got to obviously stay very alert while driving. And truck drivers, and lots of people who work in jobs where they need to stay awake. And then in low middle income countries, of course, where the levels of poverty are a lot higher or income is a lot lower. And for example, one of my students did his master's thesis on Southeast Asian men's use of the chewing of gutka, the chewing tobacco, and that. They talked about, you know, being taxi drivers as was one example of it. But another one was hunger. So if you are low socioeconomic, and if you're a mum or a grandmother or a parent, you know, you feed your kids first, and there might not be enough food for you to get through the day. So hunger is a big thing for lower socioeconomic and low income groups and countries. And so smoking and tobacco use helps with the hunger as well, because it suppresses the appetite. And it's, yeah. So there's
Kevin was a cab driver. Kevin was a cab driver.
And you used smoke to helps you stay awake.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when I went to Japan, now it's going to be really interesting to watch what happens in Japan, because of course they're doing this whole thing of no vaping outside, and in South Korea as well. And for the Olympics, they had to ban smoking in all restaurants. So even just the last time I went, nearly 2 years ago, it was a lot better. Like, there were still restaurants where people would smoke, but mostly they weren't anymore in Tokyo. And then in some places they have the box in the corner, the smoking room. So you'd go in there. They're big on smoking rooms, not pushing everyone onto the street to smoke in front of kids like we do in New Zealand, but providing a smoking room. And so you put it out of sight. And they have things like you're not allowed to smoke while you're walking along the street, but you can stand and smoke, but you mustn't walk along the street. In other places, you're just not allowed to smoke there at all. Now, with this whole banning smoking in restaurants, I'm really wondering what's going to happen, say, in Tokyo, because if you know about the effect of alcohol, the genetic difference, and how the Japanese have a different reaction to alcohol, they're not able to metabolize it in the same way. You know that thing? You know, the flushing red, and they can get drunk a lot faster. Well, and you will know because you use nicotine and you used to smoke and you drink, so you know the interaction between alcohol and nicotine. So nicotine's a central nervous system stimulant, and alcohol after the first 3 drinks is a depressant. So, you know, like when we're younger, we're like drink, and the more you drink, the more you smoke, and then the longer you can drink, you know, like. So in Japan, they can't drink as much. They were going to get drunk much faster. And they, of course, the men are big smokers. If you take away the smoke, the central nervous system stimulant, then they have this culture. There are a lot of small family-run restaurants in Tokyo, everywhere, and it's cheap because
it's good food.
Yep, and the government expects families to look after the elderly, you know, extended family arrangements. So, you know, I don't think they have a pension for everyone, right? Those restaurants, you take away smoking or use of nicotine, and then if they're drinking while they're at the restaurant, you know, sake, kampai, you know, throwing it back, they're going to, and they're not going out to smoke or they're not able to smoke, then they're going to hit that ceiling a lot sooner and they'll leave. And so at the moment, they sort of sit there and drink and eat. The little, you know, food just keeps coming, the small plates, and they're drinking, and they go out and smoke, or used to smoke there, but now they just go out on the footpath, have smoke, come back, continue talking, and they work really hard. This is an important part of their culture, is getting together and celebrating. The work week is over. They've worked hard. They deserve a reward. This is it. You take that away and they're going to get to that ceiling of drunkenness and need to leave. They're not going to eat as much. And I think there's going to be a huge economic impact on the culture.
I mean, I lived in Japan for a while. And Kevin, I just want to make a point real quick. They actually are the oldest country demographically in the world now, because in the 80s and 90s, their birth rate was much lower than it should have been. And they made fewer babies. So there's a huge, and they have a single payer public, they have a government health program. And they have these older Japanese people, larger numbers of elderly people, and not enough younger producers, taxpayers, to support these older people. Japan's already in trouble. I pay attention to a lot of the healthcare recruitment sites because I work in healthcare, and I'm just waiting one of these days for the open call for health providers from other countries to, you know, take jobs in Japan, because I'll be on the first plane because I love Japan. My wife and I we're both in healthcare. We'll go, no problem. But yeah, I mean, they already have a problem because yes, they're younger. I don't want to say youth numbers, but they're younger numbers. You know, the birth rates are still considerably lower than it should be. And they have a huge elderly population now.
Yeah, they have a really long, high longevity. And I got to go on a study tour there with Professor Ricardo Pelosa and anyway, some of the others. We went there. We met with the finance minister of the Japanese government. He there's nothing we could teach him about nicotine, about smoking or vaping. He knew it all. And he said exactly what you said, that they have a problem. They have, they live a long time, but the older people, the elderly, are still having health issues. So he's got this issue of the increasing costs of the elderly living longer and longer. And he actually, that he would have loved for Japanese people to be able to have access to nicotine vaping products. But they had an existing law that banned, so basically nicotine in e-liquids is banned. He said it would take 6 years and a lot of work to be able to get it through, to get a law change through. And so anyway, at least they consider the heated tobacco product as a tobacco product and have completely allowed for that to go ahead. 40% of smokers in Japan have now shifted to the heated tobacco product. And they have 3 heated tobacco products. First there was the Philip Morris one, then the British American Tobacco one, and then Japan Tobacco, which is a huge tobacco company in the world and owned by the Japanese government. They got on the act with their Plume Tech, which was it's a hybrid device. I thought very, very clever because it has e-liquid in it, and you pull the e-liquid vape, through a plug of tobacco. Because it's got the plug of tobacco, it's a tobacco product, but it's actually a hybrid vaping device. And when we were there, they were going to be introducing a complicated tax system because he needs that money coming in. And so he was explaining how, well, anyway, it was very clear they had this much coming in from tax on tobacco products, keeping in mind this is a government-owned tobacco company, so they've got lots of income coming in from selling cigarettes. That's dropping off rapidly as people are moving to this, foreign tobacco company product. That's a no-no for Japan. And then so the tax came in, and basically it's worked out that as they lose money on combustible cigarettes from tax, the tax on the other products will go up so that they don't. So they try to maintain the same income level.
Yeah. The IQOS was one of the products that was initially introduced in Japan and took a huge market share. But the IQOS 2, which is not available here in the States, does include a liquid combination as well.
Does it?
Yeah.
Well, that's
we have a resident IQOS expert, and I believe Bruni mentions it in the chat room, but we have a friend that's big on Asian culture and Asian stuff and is tracking that. But yeah, I mean, Japan, as well as a lot of Asian countries, are smoking countries. It's built into their culture. If you've been to Hong Kong, or if you've been, I mean, obviously Hong Kong's not Japan, but everybody smokes in Hong Kong, or was the last time I was there.
Men, not women.
Yeah. You go into a pachinko parlor in Tokyo, and there's an ashtray built onto every machine. So it's big, it's huge in their culture. So for them to go to a non-smoking, the heat not burn, it would be natural for them. And Kevin and I talked about this, and I actually had a friend of the show send me. It's not a heat not burn. It's an actual e-cigarette, but For me, I'm Irish. I drink, it's natural for me to have a glass of whiskey in my hand and a cigarette. So I have always enjoyed having, something portable, something that I can hold like a cigarette while I'm drinking, So I tracked one of these down. Somebody sent me one. One of the listeners of the show has a vape shop and had these. This is a refillable cig-alike that's got it's got e-liquid in it, and it's not pot. It's not a pot pen, but being able to do that, just the joy of holding it between my fingers. Mm-hmm. And being able to talk and hold, that's part of the ritual. And if you've ever played dominoes in Japan, they're sitting around the table and they're all drinking and slapping the domino. I mean, some of the most vicious dominoes players I've ever played against in the world. Japanese, they're crazy awesome, but they're it's just built into them.
It will change. I mean, they used to say that about Māori here, that it had become part of our culture. And I mean, that's what the colonizers...
That's a generational change, though.
Well, it takes time over the generations. I mean, I don't expect that to occur among indigenous people that have been using tobacco in various ways for up to 8,000 years, and I'm trying to say, look, you leave them alone. That's under that United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. They have a right to hang on to their culture and their livelihood and everything. So, but for Māori, we didn't have that. And it's, things are definitely changing. But what we do need to address is that what drives people to smoke, the function that smoking has for people, hasn't gone away. So if you take that away, what are they going to use instead? I think at the moment in New Zealand with youth, I think there is a bit of a fad. It is something that people are trying. I think some kids are potentially becoming or have become dependent on nicotine. But we have to then go, but is there harm? Where's the harm in this?
I'm addicted to drinking water. Is that harmful?
Well, that's not even. We wouldn't even call it a dependency, would we? So what we have to focus on for youth is what is the most important and the biggest threat for youth. And in New Zealand, that is mental health. It's suicide. Then you've got, bullying, binge drinking, getting in a car. So my daughter's 16 now. She just got her restricted, which means she can now drive on her own. I mean, I'm like, freaked out all the time. It's just terrifying. And if you go, she just recently told me that, she's tried vaping. All the kids have tried vaping. I'm not concerned about that. Now my main concern is she's out there. I don't know. She dropped me off. She's driven home and she might go out for a drive on her own. I'm like, road crashes.
They're going to test their boundaries, Mom.
Yep.
So the alcohol, I'm not that concerned about that. It's about, let's worry about the really dangerous stuff.
Not dismissing it, just knowing. You just know better.
There are kids selling meths at school, at high school.
Yeah.
In New Zealand, there are kids selling harder drugs. I'm more concerned. I would be more concerned about that. I'm like, I don't care about that's what you're doing over here, but please don't try MDMA.
If they have a suicide watch list at your kid's school, I guarantee you, if they run down that suicide watch list of kids that are at risk, There's something that put them on that list, whether that's been a death in the family or abuse, as you said earlier, or, you know, some sort of other clinical, you know, cutting or, you know, other things.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, if you go through that list, probably about 70% of the people on that list are substance users of some sort, whether that's nicotine or drinking or, you know, stealing prescription drugs out of their mom's cabinet or whatever. Those, I mean, if they're able to surveil these kids enough to figure out and put them on a watch list for suicide, why can't they identify the kids that are at risk for drinking, for vaping, for smoking, for using illicit drugs? For, I mean, it seems to me that instead of just having a list, that those
and then
kids on the list
then there's the sexual abuse. Don't even get me started on the amount of sexual abuse that's going on. That you've got high schools with 18-year-olds and 13-year-olds, and you know the things that my daughter's told me. I'm like, I'm going to go. You know, I'm like, what can I do? I'll go visit the parents. She's like, no, Mum, no, don't say I said anything. You know, and I'm like,
what is the average classroom size?
Oh, here, I don't know, 27, 30 or something. 20. I really don't know.
I mean, obviously before COVID, because now the classrooms are in half. I mean, here at our schools, even, I mean, when they introduced hybrid learning is what they're doing. Half the kids are at home and half the kids are at school. And then the next day, the kids that were at school yesterday are at home today, and the kids that were at home are at school. And I've been told, my neighbor's a school teacher, he's retiring. He said, because it's not teaching anymore. He said, you know, is sitting at a computer, and the kids are not, they're tuning out. But he said that the school is going to offer it even next year and probably going forward forever.
Yep. That's bad.
And I'm like, where do these kids get their socialization?
That's bad.
You know, you've cut their
online.
Yeah. And I'm just like, this is a really bad. I mean, this could create an entire generation of kids that don't know how to interact with other kids, with other human beings, except for their parental units who are probably phoning it in anyway, you know?
We've been very lucky in New Zealand, obviously, because shut the borders, pretty much kept COVID out. So, you know, things have carried on. It's not normal. Of course, the government still has to, like, what did they say last week? Somebody said something like, they want people to still wear masks on public transport, just to remind us that, you know, at any time COVID could get in and we could be at risk. But, you know, basically we're not at risk. There's no COVID. So why do we have to do that or that? But anyway, everyone just keeps their mouth shut and don't say anything, because it's completely split. You know, there's two camps, and you don't say which camp you're in, because if you're like anti-masks or anti-lockdown, which may have been why I got bumped off Twitter. It might have been actually that, because so many people were bumped off Twitter for anti-lockdown sentiment. And I had my coping in lockdown study and was actively tweeting about research results that were coming out, warning about the potential negative effects that will come from these lockdown changes that have been imposed across the world. And so I think in the end, I think that's what it was. But however, so now I'm very careful
I mean, and Ivana brings something up. Last February, there was a study that was released, or there was a statement that was released that 3,000 kids a day are getting hooked on nicotine from vaping. Now, last February, you got to realize we were shut down. And the kids were at home. under
parents.
mommy and daddy's watchful eye, because mommy and daddy were shut down too, and they were all staying in, they were all in the house 24 hours a day. How are we getting 3,000 new nicotine addicted kids a day? And then if you start adding that up over the year, you're saying there's something like 4 million new kids getting addicted to nicotine every year.
And then, then we're back to, you can't believe everything that's put out there, even by people who are supposedly researchers or scientists. So, and I'm back to saying 8 million a year are going to die from smoking. No, that's not correct. And even the latest paper that's been published, they've come to the figures of how many are going to die from tobacco use. Now, the new 8 million figure is based on modeling. It's not actually a count.
Like that modeling they did at the beginning of the COVID that said that we were going to have millions and millions of dead people across the world. And I'm not talking about small number, like 30 million people dead. And then the guy that developed the model came out and said, well, we made a mistake, but
And here
obviously,
they used that same modeling and said 80,000 New Zealanders were going to die. And, so yes, it's the modeling. You've always got to go back and look at the source document research. How did they determine that figure? And it's an estimate. And we've been estimating upon estimates. It's like the power bill. During COVID, they never came and read my power bill. They just kept estimating from the one before. Now I've been for over 12 months, I've been in credit because we didn't use the power. So, it's an estimate based on an estimate, based on an estimate, based on an estimate. What we need, because the environment's completely changed with 68 million now vape, and however many million use heated tobacco. It's a changed environment. Give us the actual how many people are being harmed. We need to redo the figures.
So when they build that estimate of the number of people that die from smoking, if you smoked a cigarette at some point in your life and then you develop you get a heart condition and have a heart attack. Well, he died because he smoked a cigarette. So let's put him on the list. Right. If they die from, or they get lung cancer, for example, and they never smoked, well, he must have lied. So let's put him on the list. I mean, not everybody that dies of lung problems actually smoked.
Well, a small number, there's other causes. Definitely, but a lot, look at Sweden. Clearly, a lot is because of a lifelong, career. It could be
a hereditary thing too.
Well, that's a susceptibility, but you've still got to do something that activates it, so, yeah. I'm taking up a lot of your time, guys. It's been a couple of hours.
It's already been 2.5 hours. I said 1 hour in the email, right? Didn't I say that?
You always
because I
say
know that we're going to let you stay and talk as long as you want, or leave at any time you want. We don't have anything planned other than a conversation with Marewa.
And I do want to. You're allowed to drink while I'm here.
No. We actually got a criticism. We got a criticism on our Facebook page. Somebody actually posted when I advertised this show. Well, I tried to watch you guys once, and you guys were, acted like a whole bunch of drunks. And I haven't drank. I haven't drank during the show I had 2 beers 2 weeks ago, but I broke my leg a year ago and just had surgery this March. So I went a whole year with a torn ACL, and I haven't been drinking because I don't want to get up here in the middle of the night and leave the show and then fall down in the hallway, get into the bedroom because I'm drunk and I have a broken leg. But, we don't do that very much anymore. Kevin never did. Kevin's a coffee drinker, but I'm currently drinking water because I was outside in the Texas heat today doing manual labor, and I lost a gallon of water out of my body. Probably it was 102 degrees outside today. and something had to be done. So I had to do it. But before you go, I don't want to be the one. I mean, obviously you said there's a blog coming out on Monday, right?
Yeah. So wait for the blog on Monday. That will be have the link to my submission. Well, it is actually on the website. It's on my website now, my center website. So you guys have sort of a, secret. What is it when you give people
preview?
Preview. That's right.
Preview.
You can have a preview of my submission on the prohibition policies that are planned or being pushed on. What happened was we had a very new person get into government in the last election. She is a medical doctor from the same university as the people pushing the prohibition things, and they made her the new Associate Minister of Health because she's an epidemiologist. I have great hope because she can actually read some research herself, and I think that she will read some research herself. And that's kind of rare for a politician. They usually just do what they're told, or, easy to manipulate them. But I don't think she will be as easy to manipulate. And I hope that she does look at the evidence herself. But anyway, obviously a new minister, new to politics, and a medical doctor, and just quickly they're in there with their prohibition thing saying, we've got to do this, you got to do this, and you got to do this, and we can end smoking in New Zealand, and blah, blah, blah. And she put their plan out for, as a discussion document. We haven't even seen the final vaping regulations. We still don't even know what they're going to do. I mean, we know a lot, but the final detail of the Vaping Amendment Act is not out. So how can you comment on these savage prohibitionist policies when we don't know how easy it's going to be for people to switch? Are they going to still have access to vaping products? We don't know. We don't know if they're going to ban or cap the nicotine, for example. They go capping the nicotine at 20 milligrams, and then on the other hand, they're going to say, no, we're going to rip the nicotine out of cigarettes. And you're like, well, they can't get it from vaping either at 20 milligrams. So we can't even comment because we don't know what the final environment is yet. From what are you putting tobacco tactics up? No,
wait,
Chugga.
No, letter. No,
tobacco tactics.
You have officially made it because you're in there.
Yeah,
you're
not that link, Chugga. It's the center link, not via tobacco tactics, which is an attacking thing. So
Chugga.
Yeah, Chugga. Yeah, dock your pay. No. No.
Wait to get named in there.
Oh no, there's terrible. But anyway, I can't remember. I just saw that. I was like, what are you doing promoting what tobacco tactics are saying about me? Gosh. Yeah, they're a nasty bunch, they are. But so that's what it's about. Look, I'm just so busy.
Here, Chugga, I'll take care of it for you.
Thank you. That's a CR center homepage, and then under publications. So for you guys, and then I have a blog coming out on Monday that will have the link to you have a different audience anyway, so that's fine to start having a read, and I look forward to your feedback.
A good number of the people that are interacting in the chat room are my Kiwis and my Aussies. So
and loving you and commending you and appreciating you. Quite a few. There's too many to mention. And
I did want to say,
my Americans are here too, but there's a significant Kiwi and
I recognize everyone.
Aussie following.
And I did want to say, we can feel stronger. All of us can feel stronger. I know it's pretty hard for the Canadians at the moment with what's just happened there and some of the states in the States and what's happening. But we've got to have hope. There are 68 million, and that was an estimate, and that's an old estimate. 68 million people vaping in the world now. However many it is using heat not burn, however many it is using the smokeless snus and other products. And actually the numbers are on our side. The tobacco control people are a minority. Then there's all the people who smoke, Chugga and I. How many people? 1 billion people in the world smoke cigarettes. So on our side, we're advocating for 1 billion people who smoke. And then there's almost 60 years, and then there's all the people who have switched to vaping, all the people who have switched to alternative products. We're advocating for them. Who do the other people have? They just have themselves. They have their small, little, nasty group. And then the people that they've sucked in, the people that they're manipulating with their lies and their fake, bad, poor science. So I know everyone else at the Global Forum, a lot of people were saying, science, they're saying science will win out. I don't know how long. I don't know if it will happen in my lifetime. But there are more people on this side of the argument, and we don't need all of those people to join in. Like, people come in and they do advocacy, and they'll lobby and they'll help, but then they'll burn out, and then, like Speedy, some people will die, and new young people are joining the fight. So all of the nasty stuff, I have actually drawn quite a lot of strength from these scientists who have been attacked in a very similar way. Some of the anti-lockdown scientists, some of the scientists questioning the totalitarian laws. There are a lot of people now who here in New Zealand, I know in the States, very concerned about we're losing our democracy. We're facing a really rapid and radical changes from what we are used to, a democracy, to totalitarian, authoritarian rule. And a lot of people are very scared. So there's big issues happening. The moral panic, you know this guy? Oh.
Squeeze.
That's I actually got this because I'm like, for my paper, if it ever comes out, one of them on moral panic. This is it's a political strategy. Create a moral panic. You distract people, and that's what they're doing. They're trying to distract people. They're trying to keep people scared, and we have to try and focus it on what's important. What's important is helping people to stop smoking if they want to. Those that are at risk of harm, those that are experiencing harm from smoking. Where there's harm, let's focus on that harm and reduce it. And let everybody else get on with their life. We've got lots of really huge problems happening. In New Zealand, apparently, if you have a ute, you know what a ute is, eh? A ute? Do you call them a ute? A car with a tray on the back. What do you call it?
Like a truck?
Flatbed, or would be a pickup truck, but without a bed and just a flatbed, right?
Yeah, pickup truck. We call them a ute. So apparently, unless you're a farmer or a tradie, and you actually need a vehicle with the flat deck to put things in, it's illegitimate for you to have one.
So now they're telling you what kind of car you can have?
Yeah.
Oh, they don't need to come to Texas then, because
85%
of the vehicles on the road in Texas are trucks.
They're bringing in a tax on vehicles, and they're going to subsidize. So if you want to, so you can get an electric vehicle, if it costs more than $80,000, you'll get a rebate. You'll get it. It'll be subsidized by the government for you. But if you buy a petrol car, then you're going to be taxed. Okay.
Wow.
Now, what sort of car do the lower socioeconomic, low-income people buy? How many of them can afford an $80,000 car? It's like, okay, so we're going to subsidize rich people into electric cars.
Yet another law,
designed
specifically to target people of a certain group,
to extract money. Extract money from the low-income group and transfer the benefit over to the elite. So there's all sorts of weird stuff happening. Brini, that's right. Pickup truck.
Wow.
And I would like to say thank you very much to Hamish and to Tom. You were quite correct that I was not using the proper camera thing that Hamish told me to buy. So I have this beautiful camera thing, and I look so young because it's got this blurry thing. So he told me what to buy. And
so he told you to buy something that would make you look less beautiful?
No, he told me get a better camera. And so I've got that, thank you. And Tom, you were quite correct. I did not have that machine. I wasn't using the mic on that. So thank you. I fixed that before. But yes, so thanks, Hamish, if you're still there. And it's we got to do it together. We just have to keep working together. And
Kevin and I will always be beside you.
Thank you. Yeah. And I really appreciated your support while I was suspended. I didn't realize how, I was so cut off. I felt so cut off. And of course I had access to another Twitter account, which, started building up. But so
you got banned and you found an alternative. Imagine that.
She was a black market Twitterer.
We already had another one anyway. So lots of people have more than one, right?
Right.
So, for different purposes. So I had another one.
Another one.
Hamish and Tom, I think, were the two biggest voices to try to get your happy butt back on Twitter, your original account. So I give kudos to those two.
And there was someone, I'm sorry, I can't remember her name. And she eventually tweeted about, she found that there was a woman who was in control, a lawyer who worked for Twitter, who was in control of this whole who gets suspended and who gets reinstated. So she posted that information, and then I think Hamish and the others started tweeting that woman, and then bang, I was back on.
Wow.
So there you go. Anyone else who's suspended, that's the woman you've got to get to. And so here you have, me, an indigenous professor, a female, suspended, and next minute, bang, I was back on. So thanks, guys. I think you did do it in the end, because I kept emailing and they just weren't responding.
Well, we have some of the best humans in the world watch this show and are on our Twitter squad. And, whether they watch the show or not, we interact on Twitter and we take up each other's flags and, fight for each other. And that's the important thing, is for us, to unify, to stand together when we need to, and to push the message. I mean, really, if we had the following that we deserve, everyone would know everything that every one of our hashtags would go viral. And we have wonderful humans that watch this show and are part of our group.
I think World Vape Day did quite well. There really is a huge community of vaping advocates, and the Global Forum on Nicotine. I think there's a growing number. I think there's an increasing number of scientists who are going, okay, what's happening isn't okay. And I think there are more scientists now who, and especially among the young ones as well. So I have a lot of hope for young people coming in. Like people my daughter's age, obviously a few years, she's a generation off yet, but for a couple of generations, they've been doing a lot of that anti-bullying stuff at school. And then they get there and they go, what's happening? This isn't good behavior. This isn't professional behavior.
Right.
So those younger people, unless they go do a PhD with Simon Chapman and are schooled in the methods, I'm so happy. So anyway, Becky Freeman's gone back to Australia. And I don't know if all you guys knew that her husband worked in the wine industry here, big in the wine industry. So it's kind of like, okay, it's not okay to smoke, but, we have many people, a lot of our participants and Voices of the 5%, and they say, lots of people say alcohol is worse. They think the outcomes of problem drinking or excessive drinking, especially in families, I think is much worse actually than the effects of smoking. And I'm not saying, they're not comparable. There are a multitude of societal issues, but yes. So I think I don't know whether it was his job or her. He's gone back to Sydney with her because she's had a promotion, and so they've gone to live back over there, and that's great.
I'll tell you, Dr.
So
Glover,
before
go ahead.
Jeffrey Zamora just posted in the chat room, and I want everyone to pay attention, because Jeff is from Costa Rica, and he was a big proponent of World Vape Day, and everybody that's not already following Jeffrey should be doing so, because he is a tobacco harm reduction from Costa Rica, and we don't share enough of people outside. I mean, obviously a lot of the people here are international relevance, and they're paying attention to, because we bring in people. I should get Jeffrey on the show, actually.
Yes, why not?
Because we have such a huge international following. But yeah. Anyway, Kevin, go back. I just wanted to say hi to Jeff.
I'm going to put Twitter on here. I can't type and think at the same time.
Oh, that's horrible. And I will just promote one of the GFN fivers that I watched was a South American one, and it was in Spanish. But I was so pleased to see, and I don't know whose one it was, Jeffrey and Hi, I just sort of linked with you on LinkedIn. And in that video, please watch it, because right at the beginning, it talks about all the different types of tobacco products. And they referred to, I don't know what it's called, but I have a paper that we're working on and trying to get out, which is the paper, it's huge, is all of the ways that tobacco was used by Indigenous people around the world. Actually, we looked at not just tobacco, but the use of plants to achieve a psychoactive experience by Indigenous people. So all plants, all Indigenous people. So it's huge piece of work. But particularly, obviously, I wanted to know, because I'm looking at it holistically, and tobacco is just one of the plants. And anyway, they had it in that GFN fiver. It's in Spanish. It's from South America. And they had like a little tin with the black tobacco paste. And that is a traditional form of, would be going back thousands of years, where they used to boil down the tobacco leaf and make kind of, it's like a molasses. The consistency ends up being like a molasses, and they would like put it on a stick and lick it. Anyway, I just thought it was some historical thing, but it's still a live product there, and they have it in the tin, and I was like, wow. So that's great. Very interesting. And that's the other thing about this is Action Technica Social is the name of that one, was it? Okay. So please have a look at that. It's great. It's really well put together as well. So it's really entertaining. And there are many different ways in which tobacco was used, not just for the psychoactive properties, but also it's just, you'll have to wait for that paper. I've just got so many papers. I wish I could get them out. But anyway, we're working on trying to get that one out now. And, we need to bring the people from South America in a lot more. But they have a much wider range of tobacco products. And, of course, that's where tobacco originated from. So thousands of years of a relationship with tobacco. Yeah. Yep. So, definitely get Jeffrey in.
Yeah, we should get Jeffrey in.
Absolutely. Why not?
We like to have guests, and we like to have smart guests, and we like to have people that are doing something.
And way smarter guests.
We definitely need people smarter than us. We're the clown factor. We always have the guests, but Marewa, you've been on the show. We've had Eliana was on the show. Charles has been on the show. Hinaj. All these great international guests have been on the show. And the vast majority of the smartest people that we've ever had on the show have been women.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Just saying, too.
Just saying. Yolanda's been on the show.
Yolanda's been on the show, yep.
Yolanda lost a couple bottles of wine on that show, though. She misplaced them.
It's okay.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay, I get it. Yeah, I've only had 4 hours sleep. So anyway, I better love you and leave you because it is Saturday and I was up till 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. in the morning before.
Before you go, because you said your daughter dropped you off.
Yeah.
Now, in the time between the time, because when you leave the show, you're going to have to call your daughter for a ride, I'm sure. Go get yourself a cup of coffee and think about other things before you start thinking about your daughter driving to come and get you.
That's right.
Do some harm reduction.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I should take that. Eliana, by the way, has landed a really big job at the United Nations. I don't know if you heard.
Did not.
So that's great for her, and she did a great job last night or the night before on the Global Forum as well. Then
she and I used to work for them too. Years and years.
She's going to be working on human rights, and so I hope we're not losing her. I hope she keeps. We won't lose her completely from tobacco harm reduction, but she's got very busy.
Harm reduction is a human right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. And I did like Andrew's little GFN fiber, although he said like it's only a minute or something, but his was on. So I don't know if Andrew's not here, but he might watch you later. He did a small GFN fiber on human rights and introduced me to another declaration of rights. It was some rights of people who use drugs, and I didn't actually know that one. So, the good thing about the GFN is that it's a real mixture of people and lots of consumers, and and consumers present and produce material like the Global Forum. I think that they will keep those, quite a bit of work, but some fantastic creative work and some really moving ones. And they're only 5 minutes, so it makes it kind of like every now and then you can just watch a few and work your way through them.
Yep.
Before you, one of the other guests that we've had on the show, who was a drug harm reduction advocate, that might be something that somebody might need to look at, is Dr. Mark Tyndall. He's out of I believe British Columbia. He's in Canada, but he was one of the first people to help organize safe injection sites in Canada. He's been a guest on the show. He's an amazing human being as well. We try to bring good guests on the show. Sometimes we can't get them when we want them, but he did a TED Talk. Like, he did a TED Talk, and he deigned to come on our show, which is amazing. But Dr. Glover, we love you, and I know that you want to go and enjoy your Saturday.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you have anything else that you're ready to talk about, you just hit us up, and we'll get you back in. No problem.
Yeah. I mean, now it's just got so many studies happening, and now it's just that struggle of trying to get studies published. And so very frustrating part of it, but things will start moving again. Lockdown has been a huge, it's had a huge effect, even on, like I said before, getting reviewers. And I just can't believe how long it's taking to get things published. I'm involved with another team that do research on childhood obesity. We have the same problem over there as well. So, I'm just like, okay, it's not necessarily all sabotage. Some of it is, some of it's not necessarily all that. And so it's just good to keep it in perspective. I'll just keep, I'm starting to pump it out, so I'll keep you posted. And
then Monday, when your blog gets published, we will do our best to give it wings on the internets and get it into as many people's eye holes as possible.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed it. It was fun to write. So,
well, the graphics are good, and I've read about 85% of it already. So,
okay.
Thank you.
I do have a secret link. It's not secret anymore, but I do have.
No, that's right. You use. Can you please use the one that's on the website, because I had to change. Not the one I emailed you.
No. The link is up. The Corey ISS publications are.
Yeah, it's on there.
Yeah,
official.
The official one. Plus, you get to see how many people are actually clicking on it when you run it off of your website.
I should do that. I should have those Google Analytics things, but I'm just too busy to do all that. I need people like, Hamish and Paul. And anyway, I know it gets out there because, I hear you guys, you're all saying this stuff, and especially, there's the invisibility of Indigenous people. I'm hearing a lot of other people now saying, and what's happening for Indigenous people. So we're having an effect, and it's about having impact, and just getting people access to be able to stop smoking, however that is, if that's what they want to do. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Wonderful to see you. And I shall keep in touch, and I love the feedback, and thanks to all of you who were chatting and who have come on to see the show today. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, dear.
We're right there with you.
Much
we're standing beside you.
Yeah. you've got a huge community. It's only going to grow, and these exposés that are starting to happen will crack it open. What's happening's wrong. So I have to figure out, how do I exit?
I can. There's a button on the bottom. It's a red button. It says "Leave Studio."
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it now. Okay. Bye, guys. Stay safe.
Bye. Thank you.
Vape on.
Vape on. We love her.
I love
She's
that
awesome.
lady.
She's awesome. And you know, even though she's way smarter than us, she deigns to come and hang out with us.
Exactly.
You know, and
privilege.
Obviously, the third time now. This is the third time that she's been on the show. Now, the first time was 4.5 hour marathon of her just preaching and giving out the gospel and she gave the essential, like, I think we talked about 15 or 20 books during that first episode that she was on, where she, you know, said you should be reading this book and this book and this book and this book and this book. Yeah. And the lovely Cherry Lai was in the chat room, and I can guarantee you that Cherry bought every one of those books and read every one of those books.
I bet she did.
Kevin can't read, so he didn't do that. I'm sure.
I can just type. So what a beautiful human being she is. She said, folks, she said a less harmful alternative to millions of adults who smoke combustible cigarettes. Alternatives, choice. She didn't say make them. She didn't say you have to. She said choices. She said less harm. Whatever Jeffrey put in there, that thing down there, wherever he is and went. I don't know where he went now. I never heard of that.
Oh,
ever heard of that?
You don't speak Spanish, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm not there. So there are other options that we don't even know about. It doesn't matter what it is. If it's Juul, if it's heat not burn, if it's patches or gums, like Patrick said earlier, and I've said before, if it's acupuncture, it doesn't matter. It's a choice. It doesn't matter. So some of the people around you in our world get angry about that. Stop it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. So when she has things to say and she comes on and she gives us her time with her knowledge, it's a big thing to me, because she's been brave enough to speak out to these other assholes, because she won't say that. I will, like Becky, Paul's other girl in Australia, and Simon and the other idiots. They know they're wrong. It's just a matter of time, and I'm getting old, so I want to see this time come, and it's coming.
You definitely are getting old. One of the things I went through the last time she was on the show, Kevin.
Yep.
And I, obviously I edited some of that footage into the intro.
Yes.
That I used tonight, but there's one section that I don't remember. I don't think it was included in the intro,
in the clip.
And I believe that the that it needs to be repeated. So even though she's gone, we're still going to have Marewa on for a few more minutes, because I want to play this 1 minute and 17 second clip from the last show again. So let's just play this, and I'll get your feedback when it's done.
I'll get coffee.
There's some complexity here. There are multiple components that are interacting. It's not simple, black and white, when tobacco control has framed it all as very simple, black and white. You smoke, quit or die, very black and white. And if you're actually working in any helping people so somebody comes into your vape shop and they're like, they actually do want to quit, and they've seen other people quit by using vaping, and they may even come in and like, well, I want to use this to help me stop smoking, and then my plan is to stop vaping. That may even be what they're doing. So, you know, there are far more people who are in vape shops around the world now. If you added up how many of them there are, they outnumber stop smoking counselors in the world. So the cessation support that is now happening in the world, you know, more people are going to people who are working in vape shops than they are going to quit lines. You add all the quit lines together, all the stop smoking services together, and the people in vape shops outnumber them probably 10 to 1.
That is, you know, something that she said in the last show, and you know, it's the truth.
Yes.
There are more people helping people transition, more humans that work in vape shops that's job is to help people quit smoking than actually are employed by help quit smoking treatment places or you know, counselors or whatever. I think that's a wonderful thing.
I think just to name two people, Mark Sliss and Skip Murray, just because I'm picking those two momentarily, no offense to anybody, I'm not. Those two people have probably helped more than the Lung Association, the Heart Association, and the Cancer Association combined. That's my opinion. And help them properly. And Gavin, what the hell is that? Giving them more guidance to other possible opportunities as well. So that's my opinion. I'm just picking two.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Granny Louisa is not in that category, you know. And even people that work in the couple hospitals in the UK that are that have vape shops, or that are there's a few programs that are now handing out giving vapes to people that are in the hospital. Now, I want everybody to keep in mind, every hospital in the UK does not have a vape shop. There are two, but there are other hospitals that are handing out vapes to people that are, you know, in the hospital for something and want to smoke. But it is still orders of magnitude better than what we have in the States and what they have in pretty much every other country.
Yep.
You know, because they're addressing the problem from a point of, well, they're looking at the money. They're looking at how much money there. I mean, in the UK, there used to be a lot of smokers. And there probably still is a lot of smokers, but they're addressing the problem through empathy. Hey, you can't quit with this other stuff. We want you to quit. Here's something that we think might help you. And vaping is not a magic bullet either. It is not something that is going to solve the problem for every human on the planet. It doesn't work that way. The number one factor that helps people quit smoking, the most important factor that helps people quit smoking, is the desire to quit smoking. If you really don't want to quit smoking and somebody comes up to you with a vape, it ain't going to work.
You're not going to. I made this little cue card for us a long time ago. It doesn't have a brand, and it doesn't have a system, and it doesn't have a name. It's whatever it is a less harmful alternative. It doesn't matter what it is. If you want to use Alan Carr's book stuff that I don't think can, then, and it did, great, do so. I don't care.
Well, Mallory, and I want to make sure everybody sees or understands. Simon Chapman still hasn't banned me yet.
Hey, I have an announcement to make. Cliff Douglas followed me.
I know you sent me a tweet. I could see the amount of like wood in that, and you sent me a thing saying, "Wow."
I can't believe he followed me. I asked a while back if anybody was following him like I do, because I'm a smart,
I
smart
follow
ass.
him.
But I've had a couple instances with him, but that's okay. I probably would have with Dr. Glover 15 years ago too. So there you go. People change.
Uh-oh. Let me double check.
And I also added Granny Louisa's Twitter in there. She was one of the original people in the UK who probably not the first, but in her Stop Smoking.
Well, and if you read her,
place.
see, look, he still hasn't blocked me.
Now I hate you more.
And this is the real one. This is not like the fake one. This is the real one.
Yeah, that's the real one.
And I've slammed him a couple times.
I don't understand.
Because I don't use foul language on Twitter.
Maybe, and I'm just throwing it out there. You might be using words that are too big for him to understand.
Could be that he's obtuse.
Obtuse is one word I like, but fucktard is another.
Well, I can say obtuse because it's not profanity. I can actually use that in a tweet, and he might have to pull up a dictionary or a thesaurus or something.
I got fucktard in there, so there you go.
Well, I can say it on the show, but yeah, I mean, if you read Luis's
listen before you
bio,
go to Granny, before you go to Granny, I want you to live tweet him an invitation to come on this show. That's what I want you to do.
Okay. You want me to do it live on screen?
Absolutely.
You want me to do it live on screen? So I need to share tonight's show.
Absolutely.
Okay, so let's.
We want to know why he's not blocking you. I gotta know. Maybe he likes you.
All right, let's go. All right, I've got. All right, here we go. So I'm going to share the screen.
Talk about
share the screen. All right,
me and my pal.
There's us. There. This is the show, right? I'm going to go over here. And I'm going to hit retweet. I'm going to quote my tweet so that it includes the video. And let's see. What do we say?
My pal vaping it.
We had an amazing time with at Marewa. We're going to tag Marewa tonight. Period. After she left, we discussed. Not discussed like I am disgusted by him.
Well,
you at Simon.
It's up there.
Chapman.
Yeah.
No, not the real one. Here it is.
That one is, yeah.
This one's him. Period. What do you think about coming on and talking about #tobacco harm reduction? Mark.
This is an opportunity for everybody to refill their drink.
Well, I have to make sure that it seems like an inviting.
Hamish has a point. Tell him Holly's been on.
Oh, yeah.
He can counter. You might not have enough room.
No, I can do it. You can look at old shows. We've had where's my @ sign? At Holly Hughes on, and would love
your perspective.
Another
perspective.
Aussie perspective.
You fucking never mind. That's Twitter.
I only got 4 characters left. So
I gotta wait for you to tweet it so I can retweet it.
Is that cordial enough?
That's acceptable enough.
Okay. So I have just sent tweet.
Then everybody
it has now been tweeted. Everybody go to Twitter right now and retweet that tweet.
If you don't,
you can like it.
Get a
but
Twitter.
I need you to retweet the tweet.
In fact, make another Twitter and do it again.
If you've got more than one, if you want to be Chimp Man, whoever has Chimp Man, you can use the Chimp Man account to retweet it. See, that was cordial.
Are they
it wasn't profane. I didn't insult him. And now let's see if he blocks me because I mentioned Holly Hughes and tobacco harm reduction. I don't know what his opinion of Marewa is, but I could easily get blocked just for mentioning those two names.
Mm-hmm.
There.
Why not?
And
there.
I might get blocked for... I've used tobacco harm reduction in tweets at him before. I've blasted him and the Mike Cunt guy.
Bruni, that was
in
just
tweets
for you.
at the same time and never got blocked. Maybe, well, I don't know. I mean, I only have like 921 followers. Maybe he saw me and said he's not important.
Cliff Douglas followed me.
Maybe I think Cliff is already following me.
Is he? Okay, all right.
I think let's look. I could be wrong.
C Doug.
Yep. Nope. Well, I don't get the thing saying he follows you. So
okay.
Apparently not.
Oh well.
Kevin,
you're on that side of the fence. You stay over there.
I should tweet him now.
Why not?
I should tweet him. Hey, C Doug.
I wouldn't necessarily give him this episode.
No, because Dr. Glover was an amazing.
Well, yeah. No, I mean from here on out.
No, but he'll start at the beginning and get the flavor of the show. I don't think he'll watch for 3.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. So let's do that again. So we had the amazing at Marewa on tonight's.
Mention Dr. Gardner because he was also there, or in the thing,
talking about harm reduction.
Mm-hmm. You guys are watching us tweet.
Hey, we did a whole fucking show for like 6 hours on World Vape Day, showing us tweet.
Oh,
that's kind of our brand.
Yolandi, do you want the tweet to that, or the link to his tweet he just did?
Hey, come on.
Is that what you're looking for?
If you're on Twitter and you just go to my thing, it'll be the very first thing after the show.
They don't like you. They don't follow.
No, they're just lazy. They you know.
There's.
I'm sorry, Chugga.
I hope we're getting a couple more likes and loves. How many other shows would live tweet and invite Chimpman on to their show? 0. That's how many. NACH, Ed. I just stuck it up there. See, Ed doesn't like you either.
They misspelled it.
They don't like you.
Goof. He knows how to spell it.
They don't like you, and he's probably had an extra glass. You never know.
Well, at his age.
Trifocals. And oh. I would actually love to have Mr. Douglas on. I really would.
I know.
And
we need to get Charlie back on because he's been doing a lot of that research on the neurodiversity. So we should have him back on. We should reach out to him.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Hey, butthead. That's what that sounded like.
You are.
Oh my God. Sons of Anarchy.
We are a little little chaotic at times.
See, I don't even care what you're saying to
see Doug,
Mr. Douglas, because I assume and expect you to be cordial. But Chapman, I don't care. I don't care. He won't come on anyway.
you spell internecine. Internecine. It's telling me that it's not spelled correctly. I want to use his word.
There you go. Mallory, it is a badge of honor, and it's a sad way to say it, but that's exactly what it is. Because
we got one C. That's why.
Is that why?
2 C's in.
Yeah. Son of a chimpman. Thank you, Tom. Oh,
okay. So I need to save 2 characters.
All right. Make an ampersand. Or
I'll just do this. I'll do this. Yeah. Make this into a question. There we go.
And Chimpman has been horrible to Dr. Glover. What?
Well, I imagine he's a horrible human being.
He's something.
There. Everybody go and retweet the C Doug what's the word? Invitation.
That's right.
Yeah.
How do I? Why is your shit not notifying me? Because I follow you because I don't like
you. You need to be using Chrome instead of whatever the fuck you're using.
I'm on Chrome.
Because Chrome, you told me Chrome was giving you amazing, too many alerts is what you said.
That's right. I turned it off. That's why. But it still should tell me on Twitter, though, wouldn't it?
It won't show up as an alert because I just sent it.
Either way, I just retweeted.
C Doug has gotten 2 retweets.
See? There you go.
There we go. So let's get Cliff on, and then you can thank him for following.
I'd like to thank you. Yeah. Because when you have someone as stellar as Dr. Glover probably was before we knew who she was, and is because now we know her. Are you following me?
She's our friend.
Repeat that. Then, and you can see that she at first thought, yeah, this ain't so good, but she had an open mind and she evolved, if that's the right word, or she researched it, or she went, wait a minute, this has got to be better. And then she made sure of it. And then she opened her mouth and she
said in her own words, she said that she saw how tobacco control's methods were bullying,
and she shared those with us on our first show with her. She shared a lot of things on that first show, a lot of things. So
I could make an 8-hour supercut of her 3 performances.
Yeah, and still not know it all.
Hey, Kevin, you haven't said bad words about my plaid shirt today.
I was trying to ignore it.
This is the
other one?
The Batman 66 plaid. This is all colors from the Batman show.
From the 66 series?
Yeah, the
like the year before
Burt Ward and Adam West.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the Batman one. So Tom Morowitz finally figured out that my Twitter handle and my previous persona, not noir, it means black night or dark night.
I've asked you wouldn't tell me.
Because you're not smart.
Well, I know. We already know that. Everybody knows that.
I'm turning into a hipster. I'm wearing plaid now. I've got my pub cap on.
Yeah.
And see, I put on the blue shirt and I'm like, oh, I got to get the blue hat on tonight instead of the black hat.
If you had a propeller on the top of your head, it would complete the outfit. That's
no, beanies that, they don't have a brim, sir.
Other people are thinking it. I'm going to tell it. That's all.
You're just stupid.
Who wants a propeller on his head X1? Is that how they do that? Yeah.
So was there anything else vaping related that we wanted to talk about tonight, Kevin? You didn't send me any links.
I was just getting ready to look because I thought I had given you something. thing.
You did? I don't know.
Oh no, that was Michelle's. That was Michelle's thing.
You know, we already talked. We did do that one.
Yeah, and you're
you
right.
Sent me, because you sent me the link and then she took it down and then sent me another link.
She did take it down, and I think that was an editing issue,
and then,
if I remember right.
We could really quickly go over the DC, the District of Columbia's proposed amendment to their flavored tobacco. You
mean the part
ban?
The part where they're going to finance 1,000 more tasers, or the part where they're going to ban shit? And
well,
what?
I mean, obviously, I'm rubbing it. I'm rubbing it.
Wrong?
So they're apparently including a. They're passing. Let's see. I'll share it so that people can see what I'm reading. Let's do that. I already rubbed it. So this is DC council members' Mull amendment to flavored tobacco ban.
Mm.
So then we scroll down here. It says outrage from the community has council members now looking to amend a proposed DC flavored tobacco ban. The bill, called the Flavored Tobacco Product Prohibition Amendment Act of 2021. You see, they included the word prohibition right there.
Mm-hmm.
Was slated for its first reading on Tuesday. Online, Southeast DC 7B01 ANC Commissioner Chioma Iwuha.
Let's call him Chi.
Called the bill racist. Flavored tobacco also includes hookah, and a lot of black businesses, especially along the U Street corridor, rely on the sale of hookah in order for their businesses to thrive. We just came out of COVID, and they have been financially struggling. It really. I think there's a problem there.
It gets worse. You're just catching on. It's getting worse.
It really a quintessential part of black nightlife. Iwuha told Fox 5 over Zoom. Several DC business owners told Fox 5 that they would be hit hard if the bill were to pass as is. The Flavored Tobacco Product Prohibition Amendment Act of 2021 would do three things, Kevin.
Read the first one really
I'm going to pause after the first one. Okay. Prohibition, prohibit the sale of tobacco to minors under 16 years old.
What?
Let's highlight that.
What?
Prohibit the sale of tobacco to minors under 16 years old.
This is two things. Number one, the writer, I asked, I said, is that a misprint? Is that a typo? No, it was meant to say she just reworded it. It was the same thing. And I'm like, wait a minute.
It's not grammatically correct. Are you talking about this or are you talking about the it?
No, I'm talking about
Are you talking about this?
I'm talking about the 16 years old part. I said, is that a typo? She said, well, no, it's supposed to read 16-year-olds are forbidden from the sale or something. She just reworded the sentence.
Either way, you say forbidden or prohibited. I mean, at 16, it's already illegal for you to buy tobacco in any state in America.
That's my question. My question
now, is DC immune from federal since it's not a state?
Well, see, now there's the rub. So what they're referring to, and I didn't go this far to care, is there's like an 1890 something law in DC that states that they have to be 16 or older. So I think that's the reference, but it's not legal today, but that's what they're using. Go ahead. I'm sorry. There's more. There's
ban
more.
Electronic smoking devices, which I hate that fucking word, within 1/4 mile of a middle or high school. So you can vape close to an elementary school?
Well, there's two parts to that. Yes, one is a smoking device, and two, you can smoke it anywhere except for middle or high school, 1/4 mile.
So the first graders, you can vape near the first graders, but you can't vape near the seniors.
But the next point is even better.
Prohibit the sale and distribution of flavored tobacco products.
So if you forbid the sale, how can you distribute it? How can it be distributed?
That's redundant. That's extra words.
There's more. Keep going.
Page 2 of the legislation defines a flavored tobacco product as any tobacco product or synthetic nicotine product that imparts a characterizing flavor. E-cigarettes or vapes are included. The flavors to be banned, which they spelled B-A-N-D.
Good job. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Where is their editor? Where is their fucking spell checker? Really? I mean, come on. They ran this through Microsoft Word spell checker, probably. I mean, I used to publish a fucking magazine. You read what you're printing. Read it.
So we're at like number 6. Go ahead.
Anyway.
I know.
The flavors to be banned include fruit, candy, chocolate, and menthol. It's part of that fight to stop youth nicotine and smoking addictions.
Mm-hmm.
It's
banned. B-A-N-D.
Is that a fucking quote? I mean, what is this?
Support your local.
This is the reporter. This is the reporter putting in personal language here. This is horribly written.
Yes, it is.
Violators could face a $25 a person, a $25 fine a person, up to $10,000 for a business, and a business license could also be taken away. In a Tuesday DC Council meeting, Judiciary and Public Safety Committee Chair Council member Charles Allen said it was important to note the bill does not ban use or possession.
Now go back up. What did it just say in one of those bullet points? It would do 3 things.
Well, I'm just looking here. This prohibit. I mean, it does. I mean, obviously, this age thing is weird. It bans.
Yeah. What's the next one? Prohibit the sale.
It prohibits.
Now go back down. I got dizzy looking at
prohibit the sale of distribution of tobacco, flavored tobacco products.
So now go back down.
Exactly what he says it doesn't do. Now, it doesn't say the word possession in there, so that just means that everybody that lives in DC is going to zip over across the border to Chantilly or Valley Stream or any of the very Leesburg, any of the very I just named cities in like 2 different states. Baltimore.
No, but I'm going to warn you before you get to the next paragraph.
I already see Darth Vader's name right there.
It's going to be very confusing to you. I'm just saying. I, of all people, did not have time to re-edit this whole fucking thing. I should do the same thing I did with that writer in Australia that kept having horrible sentences, and he's supposed to be one of the most respected journalists in their fucking country. I'm sorry, my Aussie guys, but I did find like 8 grammatical errors in his report. The only reason I didn't really malign it too badly, other than pointing out the laughable number of errors in his reporting, was the fact that he did mention our show repeatedly in that fucking article. That's the only thing he got right.
That was the only good thing, is he mentioned us.
So just
over 80% of kids who use cigarettes used flavor. What? What are you saying, Matt Myers? Over 80% of kids who use cigarettes use flavored e-cigarettes.
Now it's 80% of the kids who smoke use vaping products. What?
There's been a meteoric rise that threatens to undo all the products we've made. Products? I'm thinking that's supposed to say progress.
Well,
we've made in reducing youth tobacco use. There's been a meteoric rise that threatens to undo all the products we've made in reducing youth tobacco use.
Just keep going, because it doesn't matter.
And the part of the bill that deals with menthol cigarettes, that's not even a fucking sentence. Period.
Are there present and past participles?
This is a fucking not even a sentence. My God.
I can't. You know, I got a 3rd grade education, and my grandson could still outdo me and her at the same time.
Menthol cigarettes are the number one cause. Menthol cigarettes are the number one causes on the health disparities on. There's a lot of fucking
this is worded worse than I could have ever even imagined.
On disparities on lung cancer, heart disease, and other diseases in our city, said Matthew Myers, president for. I will criticize Matt Myers a lot, but I guarantee you this never came out of his mouth like this.
It doesn't even sound like something he would say the way it's written, at least. But
I mean,
either way,
obviously, 80%. Even with the person probably did a like tape recorded interview and then went back for the quotes.
Yeah.
The council's newer Office of Racial Equality reviewed the bill and found that while the bill has the potential to advance racial equity by improving health outcomes, enforcement of the bill has the potential to exacerbate racial inequality in economic and social justice outcomes. So there's going to be a lot of people get tased.
I can't figure out who she's quoting there. I don't understand that part.
Well, the council's newer Office of Racial Equality reviewed the bill and found the bill. So they put this in their statement on the bill.
Okay. I guess they're quoting the bill
in their review, their written review of the bill that she's quoting from their. All right. The review looks at the impact on businesses within communities of color where tobacco use is more prevalent. It also looks at the fines that could disproportionately impact those communities and enforcement, which the study noted could lead to more interactions with police if officers are charged with enforcing the bill.
Damn.
More tasing.
Well,
more knees on the back of people's, neck.
So far, we're at about 5 paragraphs and three slash notes. Have we yet to find anything saying they should be enforcing the sale at the point of sale yet? No. I didn't think so. Keep going. No. If you want to entertain yourself, you can continue. There are more issues.
I'm just wondering how many brain cells I'm losing trying to overtax my brain, trying to understand what this writer is trying to write.
The last 3 are already gone, so you're okay.
Yeah, I don't think I need to deal with this.
But
if people believe that writing, I'm sure since Matt Myers was quoted in it, that they're probably one of the motivating people behind it.
No, Patrick. Why would you?
Are they going to be releasing another statement 6 months from now saying we're horrified by the actions of these police officers while they were enforcing a tobacco ordinance and another young person got tased or kneed in the ribs or whatever?
Well, I asked if it was a competition for tasing a couple days ago. I don't know.
I'm just, it just baffles the mind that these people don't understand the ramifications of their actions.
And we're having fun and giggling, or I am, but
I'm having fun and giggling about the writer, not the actual.
Not
this is
funny.
Really, no, it's not. I jokingly, I jokingly added a clip of not this vaping kid getting tasered, but of a guy at a political rally about 10 years ago that said, "Don't tase me, bro," to the introduction of tonight's show for levity, but it's true.
It is true.
I watched the entire video of that guy. This was 10 years ago. This was a white guy at a college campus asking presidential candidate John Kerry a question about being a member, because he attended Harvard University, and there's a society at Harvard University called Skull and Bones. And all of the Republicans and all of the Democrats are all members of Skull and Bones. And he was asking him probably a conspiracy theorist question about being a member of Skull and Bones. And the moderator alerted the security guys. They went up and surrounded the guy at the microphone and started, telling him that he needed to leave, and started pushing him. And John Kerry, the douchebag on stage, is like, "Leave him alone. I'll answer his question." And they kept pushing him. And he's like, "Leave me alone, leave me alone." And then eventually they tased his ass. They pulled out his taser, like, if you don't leave, we're going to tase you. And he's like, for what? Don't tase me, bro. And they fucking tased him. So you can see that's 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. The level of power these people think that they have.
Right.
And enforcing their will, because John Kerry said, I will answer the question. Leave him alone. Let him come up here and I'll answer his question. So these are the cops taking it upon themselves. Some cops, not all cops. I love cops. Don't get me wrong. But some cops have a power thing. They're on a power trip. And it's not good. So, I mean, this is not new. Cops pushing, escalating instead of de-escalating. That's not a new thing. It seems to happen more in certain neighborhoods than it does in others.
And enforcing bad laws, period.
I mean, I'll tell you this, Kevin. If I had a teenage son and he was driving in a car, I would have less fear of a negative outcome than if I was a black dad and had a teenage son who was driving a car down the road.
Yep.
I hear people saying all the time, white privilege, and I don't believe that it's as big a deal as it is, but it is a deal.
It is.
And it does exist.
Yes.
I can get away with stuff. If and I tweeted this the other day about the kid getting tased.
Mm-hmm.
If it had been a white kid that was vaping on the boardwalk, the cops would have went up to him and said, you're not supposed to do that. And that would have been the end of it.
Yep.
Period.
And let's pretend the kid was being a prick. He'd have got a ticket. Oh, you want to keep going? You want some
Where's
more?
Your parents?
Okay. Here's your ticket.
Where's your parents?
Come on.
But they would never have pulled a taser out and tased that kid if he was a white kid.
So,
and you're looking at two of the whitest guys that you're ever going to know. The ginger,
pretty much,
and me,
pretty much.
And I'm telling you, my wife is not white.
Nope.
So yeah.
So when you have a law saying that a child cannot purchase something, alcohol, tobacco, it doesn't matter, firearms, I don't care what the subject of the purchase is, and then you have children who get it, the source is the problem, not the child. The cop exacerbates the problem that the legislators got sucked into believing they had to write to enforce a fucking law that they shouldn't have to have, because if they were enforcing the original law of access, they wouldn't have this fucking problem. And that's the part that pisses me off about the Signers Amendment so much, is that nobody says a word about it because, like you've said, nobody cares. And Dave has said, nobody cares. It's the babies down the river part. Go to the fucking beginning of the river where they're dumping them in. They're dumping them in at the retail point of sale, period. But they don't care. Mm-mm. That's what pisses me off. And that's why kids get tased.
Now, Bruni, I've seen you in pictures. I've seen you on video. I actually tweeted a video of you recently.
They just think you were just one of the locals.
This is Texas.
If you get in a truck, Bruni,
a white guy with a long white beard, this is ZZ Top land, man.
All you got to do is get in a truck. I was just going to say that. Get in a truck, crank up some ZZ Top, maybe some Willie Nelson. You'll be fine. You can do anything you want.
They will embrace you. They will think you're one of us.
Just don't say anything. Because then they'll know.
No, they'll think he's Cajun.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that might be. Just wear a Thunder from Down Under shirt. They won't care.
I actually, Mallory, looked at the video. I can't find a single one of these boardwalk bicycle cops that had a body cam on.
Not yet. If they did, not yet.
I'm looking. I'm actually looking at the video again, and these are all half of them. That guy doesn't have one. That guy doesn't have one. The guy kneeing him doesn't have one. None of them have body cams.
Yeah. So when you have someone in a uniform who's coming toward you which I've had some interactions with cops over the years, you tend to normally have some sense of respect in general. But when you're a young kid, which I was, 40 years ago,
a long time ago.
Long time ago. I've been married 30 next year. So you have the stigma of the cop itself. Then you have the stigma of the cop saying, hey, you're doing something wrong. And then you could probably just get a ticket. But think about the pressure that you have as a kid.
I don't even think, I think if it had been a white teenager that displayed the same behavior that is shown on this video, he wouldn't even have gotten the ticket.
Probably not.
But and it wouldn't have taken 7 cops in that one shot.
No, it wouldn't. And yeah, right. It just pisses me off.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. We need to realize that we've been pushing the fact that smoking levels are higher in those communities, in the poor communities, and in the Black and brown Asian communities. That these bills, especially something like a menthol ban, I was looking at the numbers today. About, I think it said something like 80%, 70 to 80% of African Americans that smoke menthol.
I would agree.
60% of the LGBTQ community that smoke menthol cigarettes.
Wow.
And truthfully, like it said, I think it was like 70 or 80% of the teens that smoke cigarettes smoke menthol cigarettes. Not when I was a kid, but apparently now. Okay. So rare. Of course, yes, we need to protect the kids, but we already have laws that they're failing to. We talked about this last week. Remember, we did a study where we went over a study that showed that half or more of the number of infractions would go away if FDA would enforce in a more strict way.
Yep.
So, yeah, I joked. I sent Demetrius a text message this week after this happened. I said we should go to Ocean City and vape on the boardwalk.
Do a vape in? Absolutely. I was thinking that when we were talking to Dr. Glover.
Yeah, I mentioned. I sent him a tweet. Not a tweet, a private message on the day after it.
That's what Mallory just said.
And he said, yeah, I said on Monday at 12:17 a.m. Let's go to Ocean City and vape on the boardwalk. And he said, that sounds so romantic.
Just you and him.
I didn't mean him to him, but yeah, I mean,
you impose on him and Phil.
I don't want to get in between. I'll tell you that for sure.
He's bringing him. Wear something pink. You might distract him a little.
No. I don't want to be the meat in that sandwich. Right. Not happening.
Okay. Maybe boil up in a hot tub. No. Okay.
Could you imagine the amount of water displacement as soon as I got in the hot tub? Would just push all the water out.
Oh, good Lord.
All right, Kevin.
Fine.
What do you have to say?
I just people are people, and they're going to do what they do. We're the same, only different. Stop being anti-fucking human. Stop tasing fucking kids. Enforce the fucking laws to be. How many retail clerks have been tased because they sold a pack of cigarettes? That's what I want to know. How many dollars? Truth Initiative. I got on their 1099 thing or whatever the fuck that ProPublica has a thing where you can look at nonprofits and their money.
GuideStar's also good at that too.
In 2019, they spent it's 59 something, $60 million. Just Truth Initiative spent $60 million on marketing You know, you can take that how you like, but they're advertising to kids. That's how I take it, and that's what I got on my meme. They spent a little over $1 million, less than 0.5%, I guess. Somebody else can do the math, on research. Now, they spent money on their own research, so I kind of doubt what they put out was actually really research, but $60 million. Let's just pretend if they put $1 million and they'd have spent $50 million total, $1 million to do tobacco checks or whatever they call it, stings. Wouldn't that be nice? And then tobacco-free kids could put in $1 million each. So now you got $2 million worth of money, but that's not how it works. Why not?
You know what? You know what would cost a lot less money, Kevin?
What's that? Just enforcing the law?
Enforcing the law they already have.
What?
Actually, I mean, they're doing the sting sales.
Yeah.
They're putting up warning letters. They're posting them up on their website saying, "Look what we did. We did this.
Yeah.
We sent a warning letter."
I'd like to see the percentages on that.
We sent a warning letter.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, they did it again. We sent them another warning letter.
Yeah. And we're looking for a third before we do $100 fucking fine.
When we get to 7 warning letters,
7,
then we're going to give them a stern talking to.
Can I ask you a question? When you were growing up, because I'm going to ask it anyway, if your mother said don't do something, how many times could you do something before you actually really didn't do it? I rest my case.
Now, Kevin, a lot of people would say my mom and dad, my mom was the disciplinarian, so that my dad was like never there. I mean, even when he was there, he was not there. But my mom, who I love dearly and who is one of the most important people in my life, if she told me to stop or that I shouldn't do something and then I did it, I would get
you get one pass.
One.
That's one.
Next time I did it, I wouldn't be sitting down for days.
So why would a business have a 7-time pass? 7.
I don't know.
How did that get into
baffles?
How could that be legislated through any normal human being? Wait a minute. We're talking about the most addictive thing in the fucking world. The deadliest thing in the fucking world is what I'm told. And then they're going to say, well, yeah, but you can do it 7 times before we're actually going to be mad.
Kevin.
What?
So we apparently, I'm sure if they do it in New Zealand, they do it here. Okay. Apparently, schools have the ability to monitor kids.
Yeah.
And make a list of
a big list.
Apparently kids that are going to commit suicide.
Which breaks my
We
heart.
approached this on the show already. We mentioned, well, if they can do that, I can guarantee you a huge percentage of the people on that list probably need the tobacco talk.
Yeah. Substance.
How much easier would it be if we're already paying these high school counselors to counsel? Now, I'll tell you, in my entire education, and I've 12 years of primary school and 12 years of college, never once did a guidance counselor come to me and say, "You look like you're having some trouble today. Do you want to talk about that?"
Yeah.
Now, it's been years since I was in school, and maybe they've changed, but we're paying these counselors to counsel. These are guidance counselors, right? They're supposed to help guide. So it wouldn't cost anything because we're already paying their asses.
And they have a list.
And apparently they're making lists.
They have a list. There's a list. What are they doing with the list? Just watching it?
So, I mean, they already know because, a lot of these kids that are already on like 15 prescriptions, which is baffling to me, the number of kids that are medicated today.
Yeah.
They already have a list of the kids that are already on medication, which means that they're probably troubled in some way. Start there. Talk to them. Find out what's wrong with them. Find out if there's something you can do to help them. Approach it from a position of empathy. Maybe we would have a lot less problems with these kids today if we would just have that conversation.
Yep.
If the parents aren't going to do it, we pay guidance counselors a lot of money. I mean, they're drawing a fucking paycheck. Let's put them to work. Anywho, Kevin.
Yep. I get my boy tomorrow. So
I think we had a really good time with Dr. Glover tonight.
I adore her. I adore her so much.
She's one of my favorite human beings. It's lovely to have her on. And I'm currently viewing Twitter numbers. I'm looking at my Twitter alerts, and I see that people are retweeting those 2 tweets that we asked them to. I see that Simon Chimpman has retweeted the tweet.
What?
Simon Chipman has retweeted.
Chipman. Okay.
Did I get you for a minute there? Did you actually think that?
I just can't wait for it. I want him to respond. That way you get a response out of him. I don't care if he blocks you. I hope he doesn't. I hope he says yes.
Bruni says that Norway has seems to have a good system to work with difficult kids. Yes, because our friend Bard works for that system.
Why do we have people that have good systems and we don't do it?
Because this is America. If it weren't our idea, we're not doing it.
Egos get in the fucking way. That's the problem. The fucking egos are in the way.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
And I'm a gun guy. Got our guns, got our cowboy hats, got our boots. We don't need nobody else.
I had a teacher tell me one time, very briefly, at the end of the year, went in to talk about Dustin either staying back or going forward, being moved up to I think 4th grade. I walked in, there was a teacher and there was an assistant of some sort. I don't know if she was in the class all the time. I don't know if she was pulled in. And I said, "Hello, ladies, how are you?" And they said, "Well, we should talk about Dustin and whatever." And I said, "Well, you look a little nervous. If you guys are thinking of holding him back, I think my wife and I have discussed this. We would encourage him being held back on purpose." And you could see the relief in their face as I said it. And I thought, how much pressure does a teacher have to be under? Because a Karen's going to walk in and say, "I want my son to go forward. It doesn't matter about his grades." Because it's not about them and it's not about me. It's about my son. Nothing more, nothing less. Kevbot's drinking too much caffeine. You're right.
So Hamish just tagged us in a tweet, or a tweet showed up on my thing. Apparently Sea Dog is he's getting, some of his tweets are being censored. He just posted a screenshot on Twitter. I don't know.
So even he is. I don't see it, but
yeah. I mean, I don't know what tweet it is, but he just tweeted a screenshot of a reply from Sea Dog.
Hamish right here. Okay, I see it. Might be
this
too
tweet
sensitive.
might include sensitive content.
Why is that?
I don't know.
Well, we're used to being free on Twitter, and it's not really. I mean, the source is free, but the censorship is censorship regardless.
Yeah.
What could he tweet that's going to be censored?
What could he have tweeted that was, maybe it was the video?
Somebody getting tased, right?
Maybe it could be the video. They don't want people to see that. You know that, right?
So now I got to go back to him.
I didn't have time. I'm not going to sit here and scroll through the thing because we're trying to say goodbye. And
goodbye.
People are giving us new content to try to
folks.
talk about. And I'm like, dude, I'm tired. I want to go to bed. I did manual labor today. I go back to work on Monday, Kevin.
Nice.
My time as an invalid and a cripple is over. And I will be returning to work on Monday, and it's probably going to kick my ass.
I think it will.
Because I've been, 5 days a week, getting up at like 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Going to bed at 3 a.m.
Yep.
Get up at 10. Now I got to get up at like 6:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, it's going to be bad. Ed West says, what is a sea dog?
Sea Doug. Mr.
Yes,
Douglas.
it is Sea Doug. Cliff Douglas, the amazing fella that was, or probably still is, a tobacco controller, but he has also realized that there should be a conversation and a communication and possibly some sort of bridging the gap between tobacco harm reduction and tobacco control. Yep. And that's one of the reasons why I would love to have him on the show so that we could discuss, because Kevin and I are very tobacco harm reduction-y guys, and two of us might equal one Cliff Douglas.
I don't think that's even close to the equation, but all right.
Dude. So yeah, I'm looking in the middle of the show tonight, after we were playing the video of the tasing incident. I got an alert on Facebook that says that video is owned by somebody, and that they're including a link to those people. Now, I'll guarantee you the people that I downloaded off of on YouTube were not that people.
Probably not.
So I'm not going to stress about it, and I'm not going to appeal it. So on the video, on the very bottom of the video on Facebook, you're going to see a link to a thing called Storyful. You don't have to click on it if you don't want to, because I don't think that's the video. The video that I downloaded was off of some person's Facebook page.
Plus, we like our audiences having choices. So
but yes, you can click on it if you would like. Yeah. But anyway, Kev.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yes, sir.
I actually let you speak a little bit tonight. I did remain silent for some portions, and
it's okay.
I did, and that's okay. Every once in a while, you're allowed to speak.
You tweeted Chimpman live, and that makes me happy. So
I tweeted at him. That doesn't mean that he's going to respond. That doesn't mean he's going to block me. He hasn't yet. So we'll see. Fine. Maybe he'll respond and say, yes, I would love to come on you blokes show. And then we'll get Paul to be in the green room, and periodically we'll click on Paul and let him come in the room and say something, and then I'll drop him back into the green room, and he'll go, what is that?
I can probably imitate what would happen. Fuck off. And then we'll put Bruni on there.
Bruni doesn't cuss. He's a very mild-mannered young man.
I bet you $1 to a donut he would cuss.
I don't know. There are certain words. There are certain words that are cuss words to us that are not cuss words to them.
Oh, there you go. So you never know.
But I did upload like 8 episodes of the podcast that I had not uploaded to the podcast site last weekend, and tonight's show will quickly be podcasted, so that I got a message on my podcasting app, and he's like, don't you guys do your show anymore? So just be aware that not only are we on Facebook, YouTube, and on Twitter, but we also are distributed on like 40 or 50 podcast platforms. Yeah. So you can listen to us on your phone, or in your car, or on your Echo device, your Amazon Echo device. We are on Amazon. So love you guys. We'll see you in 7 days. Remember to go and embrace your children and kiss them on the top of the head if that feels appropriate to you. Go and plant a big wet one on your significant other, your partner, your wife, your husband, whatever. And enjoy your weekend. And we will see you in 7 days, if not before. And just remember that we're not here to bash smokers. We're here to bash smoking and to help them become non-smokers, because we want to save people's lives. So y'all be good, and bye.
we're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
They believe they're right. They believe everyone should do what they say. They support prohibition. Well, that, to me, as an indigenous woman, that sounds like the colonizer coming here and saying, okay, you give up your culture and your ways and your language and be like us. So
you must assimilate.
You must assimilate. You must give up that way of life. Our way of life is the way and the right way. And so what I don't understand is why so many people don't see that you're being told to be like them. There's some complexity here. There are multiple components that are interacting. It's not simple, black and white, when tobacco control has framed it all as very simple, black and white. You smoke, quit or die, very black and white.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room. It's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them to shut up, because that I don't know is killing people right now.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to smoke.
Don't tase me, bro.